All right, so once again, everyone, happy Friday and welcome to Kristi House's third annual Human Trafficking Symposium. It is titled Fortifying Foundations in the Field of Human Trafficking, sharing what we know, what we are learning, and where we are going in serving survivors of human trafficking. Oops. My name is Deborah Billings, and I happily serve as the Director of Prevention and Education. And I have the pleasure of serving as your co-moderator today, along with other members of the Prevention and Education team. And folks are still joining, so thank you so much for dropping that information in the chat for us. And we will continue in just a moment. We are up to about 200 folks. I'm just allowing them to come in. Good morning, everyone. Ohio, Broward. Yeah, folks from all over the place. Good morning, Amanda. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to allow a little bit more time to go by. Everybody's right here, very punctual. So once again, for those of you all that are just joining, welcome and thank you for being with us today at Kristi House's third annual Human Trafficking Education Symposium. Today's title is Fortifying Foundations in the Field of Human Trafficking, sharing what we know, what we are learning, and where we are going in serving survivors of human trafficking. I'm very happy to be with you, as I mentioned once before. My name is Deborah Billings, and I serve as the Director of Prevention Education at Kristi House. And I am going to serve as your moderator, your co-moderator, along with other members of the prevention team. And if you give us just a moment, I just want to make sure that people have time to join. We are a rather large group. All right. It seems to have slowed down just a bit. And let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Nancy. All right. So I would like to share a little bit about Kristi House before we get started. We are the accredited Children's Advocacy Center of Miami-Dade County, and we are part of a network of over 900 advocacy centers nationwide. At Kristi House, we are dedicated to eradicating child abuse and child sex trafficking, working nationally on solutions and locally to heal child victims. As the Child-Centered Coordinated Response Center, we are also responsible for coordinating the child victim's legal, medical, and social service needs while providing a child-friendly and healing environment for our children and families. Kristi House is nationally recognized for our evidence-based therapeutic expertise in treating child trauma, and we are also one of the first children's advocacy centers in the country to address the commercial sexual exploitation of children. All of our services are provided at no charge to the families that we serve. To learn more about Kristi House, our program and services, and our educational offerings, please visit our website, kristihouse.org. Next slide, please. So I want to take a moment and I want to thank and acknowledge our funders. So Kristi House's Project Gold, and this presentation is supported by the U.S. Department of Justice Office for Victims of Crime, the Frederick A. DeLuca Foundation, the Batchelor Family Foundation, the Kathleen Kennedy Foundation, Key Biscayne Women's Giving Circle, the Miami Foundation, Ocean Reefs Community Foundation. So on behalf of Kristi House and Project Gold, we say thank you. Next slide, please. So I would like to introduce part of Project Gold's leadership team, who are also presenting panelists at today's symposium. Theresa Kennedy, Kristi House's Chief of Operations, Bradel Canfield, Program Manager, Project Gold, and Ricardo Rubiales, Associate Director, Project Gold. Thank you all for being here today. Highly appreciate it. Next slide, please. So I'd like to talk a little bit more about Project Gold. Project Gold, stands for Girls Owning Their Lives and Dreams, is a branch of Kristi House. It is a membership organization for girls who have experienced or who are at risk for commercial sexual exploitation. And although Project Gold is a drop-in center and not a residential center, many sexually exploited girls still consider it their home. It is a place where girls are empowered to find their strengths in a non-judging, healing environment. Project Gold is victim-centered and survivor-led. I'd like to share some highlights for the fiscal year of 2021 and 2022. During this time, Project Gold continued to serve teen girls overcoming sex trafficking at the 2 drop-in centers, with 78 members receiving services during the year. In addition to care coordination, therapy, and enrichment programs of all types, the program helped girls catch up in school, obtain GEDs, and continue their education. Members participating in the Project Gold Bridges to the Future job training and career planning program that began in January 2019 racked up tremendous accomplishments. 117 job placements were secured, 16 enrollments were made into post-secondary education and vocational programs, 15 high school diplomas were earned, 8 internships were landed, and 3 certification programs were completed. Yay, Project Gold, kudos. Well done. Next slide, please. And I'm going to pass the baton over to Jackie.
Good morning. My name is 𝐿CSW. I'm a part of the Kristi House Prevention Education team. I would like to introduce the rest of the prevention team. Please say hi to Patricia Zeller and Nancy Jumas. Hey, Nancy. Hey, Patricia. We are dedicated to spreading child abuse prevention, education, and awareness to adults and children in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. Next slide, please.
So now we're going to focus on the housekeeping. Just a little bit of a housekeeping rules. So today the event is in 3 separate sessions. During the event, your audio and visual will be disabled. However, we do encourage for you to participate. You can raise your hand. You can drop us a comment in the comment section. Also, highly recommended to use the Q&A so you can be able to communicate with us during this presentation. The survey that you received yesterday, you should have received the email. Please ensure that you complete that survey for us. It's very important. Can we please drop the survey in the chat again, one of the team members, so we can make sure that everyone have access to the pre-survey. Trish or Deb, can you drop it in the chat so everyone can have access to it again, just in case if they didn't have an opportunity to complete it yesterday when they received the email. And also don't forget, after the presentation, it's very important to complete the post survey as well. And you should be receiving that in an email. It's very important to complete the surveys for us. This is a way for us to do check and balances. And also our funders really appreciate seeing that data. Thank you so much. And finally, we know that technology is sometimes have issues, so please have patience with us. If we have any technical difficulties, we'll try to resolve them as quickly as possible. And thank you so much for being here.
So at this time, we'd like to introduce our panelists, and we'll briefly begin with Theresa Kennedy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and choosing to spend your time with us today. We hope that you'll find this information informative. I'm Theresa Kennedy. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Kristi House and have the pleasure of also overseeing Project GOLD. Some of you on today, I recognized a whole lot of names, which makes me smile even bigger. Know that prior to coming to Kristi House, I was the Human Trafficking Coordinator for the Southeast and Southern regions. And then for more years than I want to admit this morning, I spent my career in working in child welfare. So I'm again excited to be here and spending the morning with all of you and with my colleagues presenting today.
And Bradel, would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Bradel Canfield. I'm the program manager at Project GOLD, bringing with me lived experience expertise while overseeing the mentoring program and group programming for our program for the girls, keeping ourselves survivor informed and survivor led.
And Maria Clara?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I first want to thank Kristi House so much for putting this wonderful symposium together every year with lots of great information and for the honor and opportunity to participate. So thank you so much for having me. I'm Maria Clara Harrington with Citrus Health Network Chance Program. Their training and outreach coordinator. I've been working with people who have a lived experience of trafficking and exploitation for more than 20 years, for many years in the front line, and now in the capacity as the training and outreach coordinator, I have the pleasure and opportunity to train other professionals in the field. Thank you.
And next we'll have Ricardo.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. My name is Ricardo Rubiales. I'm the Associate Director at Project GOLD. I oversee the clinical programming and the referrals and intakes and our Bridges to the Future program for employment and education services. I'm very happy to be here and look forward to speaking to you all soon.
Natalie?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Natalie Lamela Freitas. I am one of the senior 𝐷𝐼𝐴𝐚 attorneys from the 𝐷𝐼𝐴𝐚 office assigned to Grace Court. I've been working with the 𝐷𝐼𝐴𝐚 program as an attorney for almost 9 years now, and specifically in Grace Court for close to 7 years. Be coming up on my anniversary with Grace Court in a few months. I'm really excited to be here with all these wonderful professionals. I see a lot of folks that are part of our in the panelist web chat as well. So welcome to everyone and thank you.
And last but certainly not least, Ms. Yinay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to Kristi House for putting this symposium together, and thank you for all of you for attending and having an interest to learning more about our system here in Miami-Dade County. My name is Yinay Ruiz, and I work for Citrus Family Care Network in the Behavioral Health Department. I have been working with children in the foster care system since 2005, but have been working specifically in the anti-human trafficking movement since 2014. And I was part of the creation of Grace Court, and that's the part that we're going to be talking a little more today. So I'm looking forward to talking to you all later on about our amazing Grace Court. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your introductions, and just thank you for the time and the energy that you all have put into these presentations and the work that you do. We very much appreciate that. All right, let's go to the next slide. So our time together today will consist of 3 sessions. Each of our panelists represent agencies that work together to combat human trafficking and support individuals affected by trafficking. Each is an expert in their respective fields, and today we're going to be covering the following topics. So session 1 is from 10:15 to 11:15. This is Words Matter, Language Considerations in Human Trafficking. Then we will have a short break in between, about a 5-minute break, stretch, go to the bathroom, and we'll come back for session 2 at 11:20 to 1 p.m. And this is trauma and working with youth affected by trafficking. And lastly, we'll have session 3 beginning at 1:05 to 2:05, and this will be our Grace Court, Miami's dedication to human trafficking justice. Each session will begin with a presentation and is followed by a Q&A segment. So this is an opportunity for the audience to ask questions to our panelists. Again, if you have questions throughout any of the presentations, please be sure to put them in the Q&A section so that we do not lose them in the chat box. We will have a 5-minute break at the end of sessions 1 and 2. Next slide, please. So to begin our discussion today, we want to start off by launching a short poll to get a better understanding as to what your role is in the anti-trafficking movement. And I believe Deb will launch that poll right now.
But I'm trying to launch it and it's telling me that it's already been launched. Whoops.
Let's see. Uh-oh.
I guess we're going to have to ask it in a different way, Patricia.
Okay.
So, yes.
That's okay. So in the chat, if you all want to share with us what your role is in the anti-trafficking movement, what are you working with? Are you providing direct services now? Have you done so in the past? You can see the poll? Okay, they're saying they can see the poll.
Oh, okay, then it was on my end. All righty.
Okay, so we're probably going to have a mix. Some people in the chat and some people in the poll. So we have therapists, let's see, forensic interviewer, prevention education, social work, case coordination, lots of social workers, yay. Human trafficking coordinator, case management, wonderful. A nurse, victim advocates, guardian ad litem. Looks like we have the whole gamut, right? Wonderful. Well, we're so happy that you're here. We hope that you can take away some new insights, some new knowledge and education to bring back into your work. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next slide.
All right, very good. Before we begin, I'm getting some questions in the chat about certificates. As long as you complete the post survey, or when you complete your post survey, you will automatically receive an email, and in that email you will have a certificate of participation that you can print out and write your name on, and you will also receive a copy of the PowerPoint deck. I know that. And yes, it is being recorded. The recording of the webinar will be available on our website, but please just give us about a week to get it cleaned up and uploaded. All righty, folks. So let's begin session 1, Words Matter, Language Considerations in Human Trafficking with Theresa Kennedy and Bradel Canfield. And Nancy's going to share the PowerPoint for us. Welcome.
I'm gonna have to stop the share and then come back on. Sorry, folks.
It's all good. Stop the share. Take a moment. I see smiling faces. And here we go. Thank you, Nancy. Hit the home. There you go. Thanks. Excellent.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Bradel Canfield. I'm here with Theresa Kennedy, and we're going to be talking about how our words matter and different language considerations when working within the anti-human trafficking fields. Next slide, please. So first, we'll touch on what it means to be trauma-informed. Here's a quote by a Project Gold member. where she states, sometimes we just need a little guidance to get us where we're supposed to be. This is why teenagers get emotional, because we can't understand what's going on, but people don't understand how we deal with it. Slide, please.
So we have one slide that's really gonna focus specific on trauma-informed approach, because then you're gonna have an entire presentation from MC and Ricardo. But we wanted to make sure that everyone has an understanding of what does it mean to have a trauma-informed approach. And really, it's based on a set of principles and skills that are meant to guide us as professionals in the work that we do. And it's regardless of our roles. We should be thinking about how do we create a trauma-informed agency, from the person who's working at your front desk, welcoming people when they come in, to your frontline staff, all the way up through your executive leadership team. We want to be sure that we're creating a place that's treating our members that are coming in, our survivors that we're working with respect and dignity. When we're doing that, we're going to create an environment where they're going to be more open to services. They're going to be more open to sharing their experience. And in doing so, we'll be able to really help them move forward in their healing. And more importantly, we want to make sure that by not being trauma focused, we're not inadvertently re-traumatizing them in some way. Sometimes we don't realize that our smallest actions or words that we use, or how it is that we're communicating, can really re-traumatize someone. So we want to make sure that we're always keeping the needs of the individual first, and be mindful of how our interactions can affect them through their healing process.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the difference our verbiage use has. We have a quote here by Mark Twain that says, "The difference between the almost right word and the right word is the difference between the lightning bug and the lightning." Next slide, please. So Polaris Project put out an article entitled "Language Matters: 5 Ways Your Words Impact Trafficking Survivors." And for each point, I've listed a quote that they use by someone with lived experience. And so firstly, language can harm victims by preventing them from recognizing they're in a trafficking situation. Words like rescue turn people off from getting help. It's too dramatic, like when you're hanging off the side of a cliff. But when you are in this situation, you don't think you're being trafficked. You just think this is your life, so you don't recognize yourself. And an example of that is the word victim itself often does not resonate to someone experiencing trafficking, as they don't see themselves as being a victim. They're often conditioned by the trafficker to understand that their day-to-day abuse is normal, or is something that they chose themselves, while not realizing that they are in fact being used, abused, and taken advantage of. Second, we have that language can shape public perception of how human trafficking happens. Understanding what happened to you as trafficking is a really important part of healing. But it took me 10 years to realize, hey, wow, I was trafficked, because my situation was so different from what I had seen represented as trafficking. And oftentimes the media depicts trafficking as being overseas in a foreign country, or being duct taped and handcuffed and sold to buyers. When actually, if you were to make a pie chart of the different ways human trafficking occurs, those sensationalized situations would really only be a sliver of the pie. And unfortunately, these sensationalized depictions are often the message that is put out there. And you can see here from that quote that the sensationalizing of what trafficking actually does most commonly look like by the language we use and the messages we put out not only changes the public perception, but potentially the perception of the individuals that are experiencing the trafficking unknowingly, which can also prevent them from seeking out services. 3, language can place blame on victims and survivors. One thing I find hard to take is language or pictures or stories about innocence lost. I feel like that means some victims are worthwhile, while some are guilty. Language can perpetuate saviorism. You can't rescue a person being trafficked. What you can do is create an opportunity for that person to leave. And during my time working in this field, I've definitely heard the use of the words rescue and save, probably more than I would have cared to. And operating from this perspective of saviorism completely dismisses the courage and autonomy and decision-making that it took for an individual to leave a trafficking situation or for them to even reach out for assistance. And when if using that term rescue or save, it also makes it about you, the service provider, and not the individual that we're trying to assist that left the trafficking situation. 5, language can neglect to recognize the inherent strength of survivors. One thing that drives me crazy is the whole idea of being a voice for the voiceless. I had always had a voice, even when I was being trafficked, so I find that offensive. And I think this is a great reflection for this is why do so many choose to make people who've experienced human trafficking out to be so small? Yes, they've experienced something so egregious, but that experience is not who they are. And if you've engaged with someone who has experienced human trafficking, you would see so much more of their strengths, their talents, their interests, their voice. And so why is it that people often get on the platform to perpetuate a false narrative that they are small and voiceless? Next slide, please. We're going to do a little language activity. We're going to start with, and feel free, please, to use the chat for this. When the public hears the word prostitute, what kind of words do you think come to mind when they hear the word prostitute? Nasty, gross, dirty, negative, yep, negative connotations, the runaway, trashy woman, disease, yep. Abused, drugs, addict, yep. So there's a lot of negative stigma attached to that, right? There's a lot of great responses here. And so that's what the public hears when they hear the word prostitute, right? All the negative stigma that comes attached to that word. So now in the chat, if you would enter what the public hears or thinks about when they hear the term commercially sexually exploited child. They're a victim, abused victim, they're innocent, right? Because they didn't choose it, that they were kidnapped, harmed, forced into it. They're sad, used, trafficked, unfortunate, right? So notice the difference between the thoughts that arise when we're considering commercially exploited child versus prostitute. Thank you, everyone, for that. Next slide, please.
So this slide kind of gives you that depiction of everything you guys were putting in the chat, right? So if you think that, if you look at that circle in the middle that says prostitute, and in your mind, you picture a 15-year-old boy or girl, and then we're seeing all these other things that are pointing to them. The reality is prostitution is a legal term, and it is not something that a minor can be charged with. So it isn't a word that should be used when we're talking about young people who have had experienced some form of exploitation in this way. We need to be sure that we're mindful of the language that we use when we're presenting information about young people. That if you are presenting a child in an MDT staffing or at a court hearing, that we're not referring to a child who has been prostituted or prostituted themselves. Please just erase the word from your memory altogether. I can tell you that when it comes to the appropriate language to use, this is something that for me personally has been a journey that I continue to learn and grow in by working with several of the folks that are actually here doing presentations with you today. But this is one that I hope today kind of hits home, and we make the decision that it's just not going to be part of our vocabulary anymore. It just can't be, and it shouldn't be. When we see all these things that are focused around and centered around this word, we want to be sure that that's not how we are describing or helping others to see these young people that we're working with. Next slide.
Yep. And so these are the general responses for what comes up when you hear youth who's experienced sexual exploitation. And they notice how like need for help and assistance, need for healing, there's more consideration put into that. There's a need to assist, right? So there's services that can be provided. When we label a child as a prostitute, which should not be happening anyway, as Theresa describes, we cut off the idea of that we can assist them. What are their needs? How can we assist? And when we're thinking about a youth who's experienced a trauma, there's room for us to be able to assess their needs, and so that we can step in and help. Next slide, please.
So I think it's important for us to really think about what kind of a difference does it make to change the language that we use to talk about CSEC, which again, right, we went from young people who were experiencing human trafficking being called prostitutes. We moved to CSEC, and now Bradel and I are here today to say, okay, now we need to move forward and we need to talk about children who have experienced or have been impacted by sexual exploitation. We know that language is incredibly powerful, whether we're talking about this topic specifically or so many other important social justice topics that we hear about today. Oh, I just saw a quick question about what does CSEC stand for, and I do apologize. Sometimes we fall back into that world of acronyms. It's commercially sexually exploited child. But we want to remember that language impacts the way that people think about someone or something, and it also impacts the way an individual will likely think about themselves. So if a survivor is hearing things being said, or could be on this training today and feels as if they're being dismissed or being perceived to be some way, or labeled to be some way versus another, it's absolutely going to impact whether or not they're going to choose to seek services from an agency, whether or not they're going to feel comfortable meeting with the staff that are at our agencies. So we really just need to realize that with some really small, thoughtful changes, we can have a significant impact on the individuals that we are all trying to serve. Next slide.
So CSEC is, so there's really two definitions for what CSEC is. It can be the commercial sexual exploitation of children, and it can be commercially sexually exploited children. So one is an act, the act of sexually abusing a child, sexually exploiting a child, or it can be a label, right? Labeling them as a commercially sexually exploited child, which is what we're going to be talking about today, is moving away from that, because at the end of the day, it is a label. Next slide, please.
So when we think about an individual who has experienced or been impacted by CSEC, we're taking that label away, and we're now looking at that individual first. By doing that, we're being more sensitive to that person. Who that person is, they love dogs, their favorite food is pizza, they love the color blue, they might be scared of heights, and by the way, they have experienced sexual exploitation. That is not who they are, it is something that happened to them. And that's a very different way for us to think when working with individuals, and also when we're in positions where we need to share some piece of information about that person to someone else, because it's important that when we're telling a provider, a judge, a doctor, something about an individual who they have not even met yet, we want to make sure that we're not just saying, this is a child who's experienced sexual exploitation, and make that all that they're about. Next slide.
Yes, and just echoing that, survivors are more than what has happened to them. Language often reduces survivors to their circumstances rather than emphasizing their amazing power to survive and thrive. So really the idea here is to be person-centered rather than just minimizing them to a really horrible experience that they had, and now that they are confined within that experience, right? But that they are an individual first and at the end of the day. Next slide, please.
So let's talk a little bit about labels. How do we feel that labels can negatively impact the young people that we're working with? And again, if people want to throw some ideas in the chat, definitely open to that too. But we want to, we know that when we're labeling the young people that we work with, specifically to something like where I see the word runaway here, and I'm going to pick that one to bring up because that was probably one of the first things that I learned when I came and started working at Project Gold. Runaway is not a term that we use at Project Gold. We talk about young people going missing from care because it's a very different way. Thank you, Cassandra, for adding missing from care. It's a very different way to think about, what it is and what the act is that young person is involved with. We want to make sure that when you say that a child is a runaway, people will often suddenly have this picture of what that looks like. It's a child who doesn't want to listen to their caregivers. It's a child who's being defiant, when in reality, there may be some real concrete reasons why that child is choosing to leave the situation that they're in. They may not feel safe where they're at. But the important thing is that we don't suddenly label them and decide now, well, this person's a runaway. How do we make that label ever go away versus saying that that young person has made a decision to go missing from care for whatever reason? Those kinds of labels really do limit the scope and perception of who these individuals are. The things that are being added to the chat are incredible, and I very much agree with a lot of the statements that you guys are making. The labels will impact many times the approach that people have when working with young people. So if we are not presenting who those young people are, not just the individual either experiences that they've had, then we are, again, not giving them that opportunity to really have, to be able to really receive the services that they have an opportunity to receive.
And so here are some more trauma-informed language options. As Theresa mentioned, runaway, instead of using the term runaway, using the term missing from care. Victim versus survivor, and CSEC versus youth who has been exploited. I will say that victim is a label. I will say that survivor is also a label. I know many survivor sisters who've expressed that they don't identify with the term survivor. It just doesn't sit with them right. I have one survivor sister who specified that when she hears the word survivor, she thinks like, well, if I survived a car crash or something more like what occurs is more immediate life threatening, maybe that would resonate, but it just doesn't resonate. And CSEC versus youth who have been exploited. So again, keeping it person-centered. And also what that person is comfortable being identified as. More than likely, they're going to want to be identified as a person first who has experienced something. Acts of prostitution, instead of using the term prostitution, which we don't use when talking about children. Legally, they just are not prostitutes when being victimized in sexual exploitation. So we use the word exploitation because that's what's actually occurring. Caseload versus list of care. It is progressive. I think we've made a lot of strides in anti-human trafficking movement over the course of many, many years. We've made a lot of strides and we've got many more strides to go. And I think we are ready to move in a stride away from referring to these individuals as cases. It comes with the work. We've been onboarded with this language. We're used to it. It's what we know, especially working in child welfare. We have caseloads. At Project Gold, we've shifted to referring them to a list of care. Again, it affects our interactions and our approach to the youth with how we're referring to them in our own staffings and with our coworkers and our supervisors. So we don't refer to them as cases, and we veer towards list of care. I'd love to see more people take on that torch and want to make that shift as well within their systems. Client versus members, which is something we also apply at Project Gold, being that we initially were modeled after GEMS. And something I picked up from the secret place, Safe Home, was walking with someone, right? So sometimes you'll hear someone say, oh, they're working on this case or working on this person, or I'm working on this individual or with them. But walking with resonated is really soft and really more true to what's occurring when we're providing services. We're walking with them. What are your needs? How can I help you achieve those needs? But you're walking with them. You're not working on them. They're not a project or working with them. Next slide, please.
So Bradel and I are gonna go through some other terms and words that are often used, either in some trainings that we may all go to, or oftentimes things that we see in advertisements, or just when people are trying to get more information out about human trafficking. And again, I think it's always important for us to note that sometimes, people have good intentions and they just haven't been told why certain terms maybe shouldn't be what we're using anymore. So we hope that if, what we're sharing with you today are things that have impact and resonate with you, that you will continue to share this information as well. Something that's often used is the term slavery. And it is something that is very eye-grabbing, and it makes awareness easy for folks that are trying to really catch somebody's attention when talking about human trafficking. But it paints a problematic picture for human trafficking. Human trafficking and historical slavery in the United States have similarities. However, framing it this way is troubling because they're not the same. And it takes away from the historical impact of enslavement of African people in this country. And at the same time, it also minimizes the impact in some ways of survivors of human trafficking. So it's a term that we really do encourage folks to steer away from, and not something that we use anymore, because it really doesn't really match what it is that this experience is like. They're two different things. Next slide, please.
Right. And so pimp is another word that is commonly used. So I like to say, just to paint the picture, is that all pimps are traffickers. Not all traffickers are pimps. All pimps are traffickers, however. Pimp culture is a very specific culture. There's different kinds of pimps. Each different kind of pimps has very specific methods that they use and ways they go about using coercion, manipulation. And so it's important that when using the word pimp, we're actually referring to a pimp, because it is a very specific culture. Next slide, please. Otherwise, using trafficker or perpetrator, because that is what we're talking about. We're talking about a trafficker, we're talking about a perpetrator. If we're talking about a pimp, it's a very specific to a pimp culture.
So when we say she is a term that often, when doing trainings, when talking about human trafficking, you hear people say she. It is often that women are portrayed as the victims of human trafficking. And we need to make sure that when we are advocating, when we are training, that we are being inclusive, that we're making sure that we recognize that this is an issue that crosses all genders. and that we are not taking away the very much needed attention of ensuring that all folks are being considered when we're saying who could potentially be at risk and who it is that we need to make sure that we are helping people understand might be part of, the challenge that we have to, eradicate this issue. We also want to make sure that we're being mindful that we're not making assumptions of, how a person may, how they may identify as far as their gender identity. We want to be sure, again, especially when we're talking about when we're providing services, that we're not making that very first assumption that could, again, put somebody off and have them walk right back out the front door because we chose to make an assumption instead of asking, or just speak in more general terms. Talk about, people as individuals, call them by their name when we're actually having a specific interaction with folks that we're serving, or, use gender, a more general term like children or youth or minor.
And the nature of this work is very challenging. We are working with people who've experienced severe trauma, with that trauma responses, and we're dealing with a really complex crime in general as well. So there will be a lot of challenges in this work. I would caution from using the term difficult case, as again, it is identifying the youth as a case. And it's taking away that you're the one experiencing the difficulty, right? So it's important to be using I statements when speaking to your supervisor or coworker about any challenges you might be experiencing while working with a youth or with an investigation, like that I am experiencing some challenges navigating XYZ. I'm experiencing some challenges interviewing this youth because XYZ, but really taking ownership that you're the one experiencing the difficulty rather than that this youth or this case is difficult. So giving them the space to be a person again there too.
So a little earlier, Bradel touched on the language of rescue and save. So, we know that, it's not about us. We're not here rescuing and saving people. We're not, EMTs. That's not our role. But what we are here to do is to really assist people and, assist them in their journey and in their recovery. So it's something that I can say for me personally, when I hear people who I know do really great work, and somehow that word rescue gets slid in something that they're talking about, or in advocacy they're doing, or, a flyer that's printed, it's, for me, I always think about like, oh, we missed it again. Like these are the kind of terms that in moving forward in this movement, we really want to focus on how we're here to assist people. How are we here to, help them in their journey towards recovery? Not about being, the rescuer or the savior. Don't make it about us. Let's make sure that we continue to focus on the individuals that need our support.
Absolutely. And then the final one is survivor. As I mentioned before, not everyone is going to want to identify as a survivor. It's not something that resonates as true for them. Same said for victim. So the challenge I give you all, is to really consider, do you know what that person wants to be identified as? Again, they're likely going to want to be identified as the individual that they uniquely are, who has experienced human trafficking, the same way they may like dogs and like the color blue, but also have experienced trafficking, that they want to be considered an individual first, as does everyone. Next slide. So I'm going to open it up for us to do another language exercise. So Theresa touched on this earlier, a child prostitute is not a thing. But by law, a child cannot consent to sex, and therefore if a child is being sexually exploited, they cannot be considered a prostitute and certainly cannot be charged for prostitution thanks to the Safe Harbor Act. So child and prostitute are really just two words that do not belong together ever. We also know that a third party does not need to exist for a child to be sex trafficked. There does not need to be a trafficker in between the child and the buyer for sex trafficking to occur. And so the exchange of sex for anything of value with a child equals sexual exploitation. That being said, you would think that replacing the word prostitute with exploitation when referring to a child who does not have a third-party trafficker would be trauma-informed, but it's not. And so the term self-exploitation or exploiting themselves when referring to a youth implies that they are choosing to be exploited or consenting to sexual abuse, when a child cannot, in fact, consent to either of those things, and the buyer in that scenario is the abuser. So I'd like to open it up for all of you to sort of brainstorm in the chat on what would be a better way or term when a child is being sexually exploited that you could use. And I'll even throw a specific example out there so we can work off of a specific scenario. A child who was sexually exploited by an adult that they met online through an escort ad that the youth posted. What is a way we could refer to that does not include sexual exploitation or that the youth was exploiting themselves? They were a victim. They're a victim of sex trafficking. Absolutely. Sextortion. Well, yeah, that would be a specific scenario if that's what occurred. So the youth, that they were groomed, youth was misled. So the youth met an adult online and was sex trafficked by this adult. There's no trafficker, but the youth posted the ad online. Groomed, preyed on, absolutely. They were manipulated. So I'm even going to throw a couple ideas out there because I've brainstormed with survivor sisters and other professionals in the field, and it's a fun topic because we all have these kind of different answers, but it's important to have our brains sort of rolling in that direction to be more trauma informed. And it does take the effort to think outside of the box from the terminologies we're used to hearing and that we're used to using, right? So a couple examples I can put out there, a term that I've heard used before is buyer exploitation. So if we don't need a third party trafficker involved for there to actually be sex trafficking between a youth and an adult, then we could call it buyer trafficking, because it's in fact the youth and the buyer kind of trafficking. Another one might be exploitation without a third party. And even to put it even more simply than that, sexual exploitation, right? Because that's what's occurring. Just because there's not a third party trafficker involved does not mean that the youth is consenting to being trafficked because they're online, maybe posting an ad, or meeting up with people that they've met online to any capacity and finding themselves in a situation like that. So we could just simply call it what it is: sex trafficking, sexual exploitation, sexual abuse, trafficking without a third party, or a more recent one that I heard that I liked was buyer trafficking. Thank you, everyone. Next slide, please.
So we've talked a lot about language today, and we wouldn't have felt like we were doing our job right if we didn't also address imagery. I think that probably almost everyone here has seen one of these pictures or another version of one of these photos, either used on a flyer for a training or on a billboard during Super Bowl or something like that. And really what we want to, help folks understand is similar to what Bradel shared earlier. A lot of these imageries really help to mislead what actually trafficking looks like, here, especially on the domestic side. Are there situations where people are actually tied up? Yeah, absolutely. But more often than not, the scenarios that we hear about during staffings of cases here in the South Florida area and either other parts of Florida have a lot to do with young people that are being exploited and going home at the end of the day and going to school every day. And when you start showing imagery like this, it's really, it's misleading as to what the issue really is. And it's not helping folks to understand what it is that what risk should they really be looking for? How do they protect their children? How do you as a young person or as a teenager keep yourself safe if what you're looking for is the person who's gonna tie you up and throw you in the back of a white van? We need to make sure that we're being really honest when we're teaching folks about human trafficking, but also be thoughtful about the imagery that we're using. And aside from all that, it's really, it's really disrespectful to folks who have experienced human trafficking to be portraying the issue like this. This is really, in my opinion, kind of like a sensationalism, kind of like, you know, what's the great movie trailer? I would expect it in a movie trailer, but it isn't something that we should be using as service providers when we're trying to educate people and advocate for human trafficking education.
And so here are some of the ways we are applying trauma-informed language at Project Gold. I mentioned before, we don't use the term caseload. We use the term list of care. We don't say staff assigned to. We try to be mindful about using care team. So instead of asking you, oh, which staff member you assigned to, who's on your care team? Instead of, we used to call our meetings where we would review all the members in our program and go over what everyone who is in their care team is doing with that youth. We'd refer that to that as case review. We've shifted to calling it rounds, taking the word case out of it. We refer to the members as members, not clients, always using the term missing from care rather than ran away or elopement. Exploiting or prostituting themselves is definitely something that we do not use. We would use any of the things we were brainstorming on earlier: exploited without a third party, exploited. We don't use the terms rescue or save. We use assisted or recovered. Instead of prostitution or slavery, we're saying exploitation, sexual exploitation, commercial sexual exploitation, rather than victim, survivor, or labeling them as CSAC. The terms would be youth, because that's what they are. They are youth. They are an individual who was impacted or who's experienced exploitation, but being mindful to be person-centered. And not being possessive within our statements, right? So people have a list of care, right? And you have certain youth on that list of care, and it's easy to say in a round staffing, for example, oh yeah, she's one of mine, or he's one of mine, or, you know, but taking the ownership out of that, you know, taking the possessiveness out of that, and rather saying, I'm on their care team. So just being mindful not to use the words my or mine, anything that takes ownership over that youth. Again, using I statements instead of when needing to express any challenges, rather than labeling the individual as a difficult case. And then just being mindful about the language in general. We use the terms, the language, and being inclusive with that language. And then it's a team effort. It's a team effort, especially, you know, we've all come into this field learning the language that was already at place. And so it takes some time to break out of that and apply new language and apply being more thoughtful when it comes to our language and being more trauma informed in that regard. And it is a team effort.
So why do we do it? Why is it important for us to, you know, even learn how we can do things differently? I think that it's important for us to remember that language helps to build the culture within your organization. And the culture really is your character of your organization. It's kind of the sum of your values, your traditions, your beliefs, and how, you know, how our interactions with the young people that we serve really does impact their ability to move forward and heal. And you want to be an agency where people are going to feel welcomed, where they're going to feel that they are respected. And it can be done simply by being mindful of the way in which we interact with each other when speaking about the young people that we're working with, and when we are educating the community about the issue. Just really taking the time to be focused on, you know, the words that matter. Next slide, please. And Bradel touched on this, right? Oh, I don't mean to steal your slide. This one's yours.
Yeah, just talking about how we do it, right? So we have these habits. It's what we're used to. You know, when I came into the work, it was caseload. Oh, she's one of mine. She's on my caseload. You know, and it's about interrupting those old habits, right? And then correcting it with the new ones. And so we hold each other accountable, right? Because we're humans. And, you know, Theresa's been in child welfare for a long time, and she's coming to Project Gold. And I'm like, she might say client, and I might nudge her, remember, right? Or she'll say runaway, and I'm like, you know, missing from care. And it's like little by little, you're training the new habit, and it works both ways, right? With everyone, we all have to like hold each other up and hold each other accountable in building these new habits, repeating them, and just overall just working as a team. You know, as long as the intent is there to do better and we hold each other to that, we're all going to do better.
And I just want to say, I think, you know, early on in my time at Project Gold, you know, Bradel had made a point of saying to me, you know, because I said, please, like when I don't get it right, do that prompt, hit me, you know, give me the little elbow, whatever it is. And she made a point of saying to me, well, sometimes it's hard to always be the person that has to remind people to say it differently. And she made a great point. We need to recognize that it's each of our responsibilities. There's not one person in the agency that should kind of be the language police. Because if we want to have that kind of impact and we feel that it's important, then we need to figure out how do we kind of check each other in a very respectful way when those situations happen. And I promise you, missing from care comes out of my mouth at this point as if runaway never happened. And it's something that when I have said it with people that I have worked with previously, they go, wait, what did you just say? And then when I say it again and I explain the why, they go, wow, that's so much nicer. Like that's a really great term to use instead of calling a child a runaway. So if you choose to, you know, put some of this in place, it really can make a difference, and it makes a difference for the youth that we serve. And how do you do it? 18 to 254 days for a person to form a new habit. It didn't take me a full 365. I got it right before my 1-year anniversary, but it did take time. And again, as Bradel said, when you live in a world of child welfare, we have so many not so fabulous terms that we get used to. And, you know, it's just a matter of really supporting each other through that journey to figure out how can we do things different, and give yourself the space and the grace to learn, because, you know, we all want to do better. At least I believe we all want to do better. Next slide. And how do we do it? We do it together. Together within your agency, together as all the folks here in this training, to just really have the opportunity to be, you know, as long as y'all are open, I can tell you that, you know, the folks at Project Gold will be there to support you and, you know, help give more, you know, advice and insight along the way, because we just want to know that whether you're a child in South Florida or in California, that, you know, you're going to have that opportunity to feel safe and welcomed wherever you're at. But I feel like we might need to stop talking soon because we got our warning for questions and Q&A.
Yep, and we're there anyways. Perfect timing.
Great timing. Thank you so much, Bradel and Theresa. You know, as I speak with Theresa quite often on this topic, and I am learning from both Bradel and Theresa on this topic. And one of the things that comes to me and to my heart and to my mind is that this is such a compassionate, like we're, it's such a compassionate approach to support individuals to expand their perspectives, for individuals with a lived experience and in other areas as well. So on my behalf, I want to say thank you. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to start off with one that I saw in the chat, which is, I'm just going to ask it. It says, who to report? Who do they report to? Who are we supposed to report to? To Child Protective Services or to the Human Trafficking Hotline?
Yeah, definitely a question I had gotten often in my former position. So when you report to the, and again, some of this sometimes may also depend on your state and how your child welfare services are set up. But if it is a minor, you will likely get a quicker response when you're calling the abuse hotline and getting somebody out there immediately. There is no reason why you can't call the human trafficking hotline. They will then send those calls down to the local Florida abuse hotline to make sure that they're there as well. But what I have seen in my experience in my prior position, it's really the abuse hotline where the minor reports should be made. And then if at any time, law enforcement needs to get involved, we always have the ability to do that. You have Miss Alejandra Kennedy, who is here on the training today as well, who is the DCF representative for the Southeast and Southern regions. So you just have an opportunity really to get better and faster response when you're reporting to the abuse hotline. Obviously, anytime it's an adult, it would need to go to the human trafficking hotline.
Thank you, Theresa. This next question is, it can be for either, but I think I'd like Bradel to answer it, please. So Bradel, what can a person say if they are not sure? And you touched upon it, but I just want to emphasize it. What can a person say if they're not certain what words, what the correct language or the appropriate language is? What should they say? What should they do? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's a bit of a broad question because the thought that comes to mind is in reference to what, right? So for example, if we're talking about victim survivor, if you don't know the appropriate language to use, I would say continue addressing the individual as an individual without the need to put a label on it, because there really is no need to put a label on it. I think speaking with your team and brainstorming, what can be a more trauma-informed way of using this word, right? What can we replace it with something that would be more trauma-informed? I also think maybe thinking about, is what I'm saying, is the term or word that I'm saying implying any negative stigma? And is the word or term that I'm saying a label in and of itself? Are maybe good questions to ask when you're thinking about how you're speaking and what verbiage you're using.
Great. Thank you. Yes, I like that. Thank you very much. A couple of questions from the audience. Yes, very helpful, Bradel. In regards, this is a question from an individual in the audience. In regards to the posters, imagery slide, couldn't this kind of imagery potentially minimize the experiences of individuals who have been trafficked, exploited, that are not what is shown in these posters and flyers, etc., just like how language impacts public perception? Could this be the same?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, the images that we showed on that slide, they're asking, can this minimize the experience of other people who have experienced trafficking that did not have ropes and handcuffs? The answer then would be absolutely yes, it does. I mentioned that if you were to make a pie chart of all the different ways human trafficking can look, kidnapping and being handcuffed and tied and duct tape is a small little sliver of that pie chart. It happens in so many other ways, some way more common than not, and that one would fall on the not so common part, although it occurs. there would be no reason for it to be the mainstream narrative that's being put out there when it's actually a sliver of the pie chart. I think it does definitely minimize the experience of others. I also think it makes it harder for other people to identify that they've been trafficked. So if someone is experiencing trafficking and they're running across a flyer that's saying, if you're experiencing a trafficking, call the National Human Trafficking Hotline, or call this number, or call 911, whatever the flyer is, and it's showing this picture of this little girl with rope around her wrist, that might not identify to them because they don't have ropes around their wrist. There's a lot more manipulation, coercion, and other things at place that are having them in a trafficking situation, and it's not physical restraint. So they may not identify that, and not only does it dismiss their experience, but it limits them having access to services. I think when using images for any of the collateral you're putting out there for presentations or outreach or events, it's important to use images that are culturally sensitive and empowers the individual and doesn't sensualize human trafficking situations.
Okay, great, thank you. I said you just answered the next question that I was going to ask, that in regards to imagery, what kind of images would be best used instead of those sensationalized posters?
So there was a recent campaign done during the Super Bowl here where I provided some insight as to what images we should be using for that marketing. And you know, we tried to portray what trafficking actually looks like. It wasn't always little girl, big guy. There was somewhere it was a girl and a little bit of an older girl. You know, it was mixed culture. It was boys as well as females. To make sure that we're portraying that really sending the message that this can happen to anyone, and kind of giving hints and images of ways it could look. So I think just being thoughtful in the narrative that the image is saying, is the narrative that this image you're putting out showing or implying of a human trafficking situation that is fairly common, or is it sensationalizing it into what is a sliver of a pie chart? And just being mindful of that.
Very good.
And just to add one other piece, I think just recognizing that it's every kid from every walk of life, from every nationality, who could be a victim of human trafficking. So we don't have to be worried about, worrying about like, do they look dirty? Do they look sad? Like, it can impact in any way, shape, or form. And even more, do you need a picture? I saw a really great campaign that California, I think what it was, that they did during their Super Bowl, and they focused more on industries that are involved in human trafficking. So it was like a bottle of nail polish, like just really, really random kind of things that just make you think about industries that may be involved in trafficking in some way, and didn't have a picture of a person or a child or, at all. So it's just, just really being thoughtful about, maybe we can do a better job in capturing in our words and bringing people with the words that we have on our flyers that get them excited about participating in whatever event it is that we have, versus a picture that may be a little bit more sensationalized.
I really like that.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. I think we have time for one more. What can we do when the system doubts a child's innocence who has been trafficked and sexually exploited? This would include detectives, caseworkers, and other adults involved in a child's investigation. Do you all have anything that you'd like to share in that regard?
Keep fighting, keep being one of their voices. Sometimes you just come across people that have not had a lot of experience and training to help them to understand, what it is and who that person is that's right in front of their face. And I, as tired as you may get, you have to keep being that voice and keep fighting that fight, and find the folks that can maybe have a greater impact within, those areas. If it's law enforcement, if it's, your prosecutors, who are the folks that already get it and understand it, and try to bring them in and say, hey, this is the interaction that we've had, and this isn't okay. How can we make this different? How can we do it better? I don't know, Bradel, if you have any other thoughts too. I mean,
Yeah,
we have these conversations a lot still.
I would just echo that to say, we're in this work to be an advocate. We all are. And so advocate. And sometimes that takes education.
One last question. There's a couple more in here. Person asked, what about the use of the word elopement? Is there a substitute?
Yes, missing from care.
Missing from care.
Like I saw that one. Elopement's better than runaway,
Mhm.
but I would say missing from care definitely is like the next step up.
Okay, thank you. I want to add one more. How do we change the verbiage in the paperwork that we fill out? And I mean,
it just depends on where you work, right? And I'll say that because I've had time working at nonprofits and time also working for state agencies as well. So those processes are different, very different in both places. And I think what's important is bring the suggestions forward. When you have an opportunity to learn from another agency who maybe has already made those kind of changes, show the examples, bring that to your leadership team and say, hey, look, this is what this agency is doing. Is there any reason why we can't make this change on our intake form? I think any success I think I've ever had in getting changes at a higher leadership level has usually been when I've been able to show when other people have kind of taken that next step.
Okay.
Any ideas, Bradel, other than yelling, screaming?
No, that's
shaking it in people's faces.
That's exactly what I would say. That's exactly what I would say.
Well, we're getting requests in the chat for a list of words, appropriate words to use. So maybe that'll be in the yeah.
Maybe we can send them out a list or that slide with the list of languages that we've applied at Project Gold. We can maybe send out as a handout to everyone.
For sure, for sure. All right. Bradel and Theresa, thank you so much. I have really enjoyed your presentation, and I think that everyone else has, from the comments in the chat, and so I'm just very grateful. At this time, we'd like to take a 5-minute break, so before we begin session 2, and so we will see you back at it's 11:16, so let's say 11:21. We will see you back. Yes, it is great information. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All righty. And let's go ahead and get started for session 2. And take it away, Nancy. This is you. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for part 2. It's my pleasure to introduce the Trauma and Practice Working with Youth Affected by Trafficking with Maria Clara Hamilton from Citrus Chan's program and Ricardo Rubiales from our very own Project Gold. They will be sharing their own slide, and you take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start. Go ahead to.
Ricardo, you on mute.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. And actually, it's still morning time. Good morning, everyone. That was an excellent, outstanding presentation by Bradel and Theresa. Always learning from both of you, wonderful ladies. Thank you so much for that. And I know there was a lot of questions in the chat in regards to some of the behaviors of youth. And I think a lot of the comments, actually, some of the comments on the chat, they actually go along with what Ricardo and I are going to be talking about in this session about trauma and the impact of trauma on brain development. And with that said, Ricardo, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot there, Maria Clara. I was muted and talking to myself, but I'm unmuted now. So I hope everyone could hear me clearly. So again, I'm Ricardo, the Associate Director of Project Gold. We're going to talk a little bit in some general terms about trauma, and then touch upon some specific things that, having been in the field for over 15 years, I've seen and I've evolved. You know, a lot of this is about sharing this knowledge and stuff with you guys so we could have growth, you know, as individuals and within our agencies and within a system, right? And we're going to cover some things that I like to highlight in the trainings that I do that people don't really catch when they're trying to understand trauma. And then Maria Clara is going to go into the trauma-informed care principles more specifically. So you could go ahead and hit the slide, Maria. Slide.
You see it?
No, it looks frozen on the first page.
I'm on the second slide.
It may be frozen. Nancy, can you, would you like to bring it up? Are you there, or I can?
Can you see it now or no?
We say,
yes, just give me a moment. I can pull it up.
I see your title name, the Ricardo Rubiales and MC Harrington.
On my end is showing the first slide. Oh, give me 1 second. For some reason it says that let me do this again. Because for some reason it says that my screen share was paused.
So I'm gonna buy Maria some time here. All right. So put in the chat, what are some ideas you have? What are some words that come to your mind when you think of the word trauma? What is trauma? It could be trauma types or what it looks like. Let's see what people come up with.
Can you see it now, Ricardo? While people respond in the chat. Okay.
Beautiful.
Great.
Pain, emotional, abuse, shattering, overwhelmed. This is flying by fast, folks. Wow. Lots of awesome examples there. Primary and secondary trauma, I like that someone pointed that out. Complex PTSD, challenges, negative experiences, impactful events, angry. Okay, awesome. All right. So in a basic sense, a trauma is an event or a series of events that have an impact that's detrimental on someone. Just to be clear, not every trauma exposure, So you're going to sometimes hear me use the term trauma exposure. Not every trauma exposure means that it was a trauma. There are a lot of people, all of us have traumatic exposures that don't necessarily have a traumatic impact. So what we really, really want to talk about is when people are exposed to a traumatic event that has lasting adverse effects. In fact, most of us experience some sort of traumatic event or exposure, and in a couple of weeks or a couple of days or a couple of hours, we're okay. But it is common for people to have more lasting effects of the trauma, and that's where we really come in as service providers and need to be informed. Slide. Okay, so when we're talking about trauma and human trafficking specifically, is that we know that individuals who have experienced human trafficking have higher rates of adverse childhood experiences, traumas, trauma exposures, whether traumatic or not. And those higher numbers of traumas that one is exposed to make someone more vulnerable to re-victimization. So even if we're not talking about about trafficking, when you have someone who's exposed to one type of trauma, let's say it's domestic violence or sexual abuse, not related to trafficking, they have a higher likelihood of being exposed to or re-victimized by such a trauma again in the future. So you could imagine how that multiplies when people have more and more traumas in terms of frequency and types of trauma in their life frame, and especially, but not limited to, human trafficking. Slide, please. Okay. Sometimes people throw around the term complex trauma pretty loosely. Okay. We want to understand that complex trauma happens when there's an experience of many victimizations. It might be many different types of traumas. It might be over very repeated or frequent over periods of times, and with different types of relationships and contexts. Remember that a lot of trauma happens on an interpersonal nature. You know, if you experience a traumatic death in your life and you were close to that person, that is interpersonal in one way. If you experience sexual abuse, statistically, it's probably going to be someone known and trusted, right? If there's domestic violence, the same thing. And so when you have the interpersonal relationships and the contexts that are more embedded in one's life, and they happen over and over and over again, it increases the likelihood of it being complex trauma. Slide, please. Okay, so this slide is about the neurobiology of trauma and the brain. Okay, in a nutshell, when you see the healthy brain on the left, you see a lot of activity, you see a lot of lights going on. And the reason that the one on the right is darker is because when trauma happens, the amygdala, which is like the alarm system of the brain, kicks in, whether it's fight or flight or freeze. And what ends up happening is that the thinking part of the brain, more towards the front typically, will shut down. Okay. And so I want everybody to consider anytime you've been working with someone who may have experienced trauma and they're having difficulties either learning or retaining information, they're having difficulties processing information, or also think about this. You're having them fill something out, a survey, an intake, a questionnaire or something. They're having troubles with that. Problems with attention deficits and concentration. A lot of these things are not just related to someone having, for example, a diagnosis of attention deficit disorder. A lot of those things don't have to do with whether the person is necessarily paying attention to you or not, or cares about it or not. Fundamentally, we know through the literature that when trauma happens, it shuts down parts of the brain. Now, when this happens over and over again, especially, you have this constant shutting down of the thinking parts of the brain, and it has pervasive impacts over the development, especially for youth. If this is happening from an early childhood, this is impacting your ability to learn in the classroom. This is impacting your ability to interact with your peers, your siblings, your family, and the community. And as that builds on over time, there are deficits there that make it more difficult for the person to function in these areas later on. To be clear, these things could be addressed and treated properly, and these things could improve over time. But a lot of times, and this is why we talk about trauma today and being trauma-informed, a lot of times trauma is not even recognized as a factor as to why someone is sitting in front of us in our different roles. Slide, please. Okay, so these next couple of slides are things that a lot of people already know. The impacts on emotional responses. Okay, so we know that individuals that have experienced trauma have challenges even recognizing their feelings. So a lot of times we're working with people and we're thinking like, oh, why can't they calm themselves down? They may not even realize that they're upset. You know, why is this person reacting that way? They may not realize that they're having a flight response or that they're feeling afraid. Okay, A lot of times things get internalized, and that's where you see more like depressive symptoms and isolation and things like that. Other times you have more hyperarousal things like anxiety, fear, and avoidance. Okay, avoidance is a really big important thing here, and I want you to think about this as a common theme. Most people who are having trauma symptoms that are impacting their functioning are probably having some type of avoidance. How that shows up could look different ways. That could be not showing up to your appointment with them, right? Because maybe your office or what you're going to talk about is something that causes distress as a trauma reminder. And I'm going to talk about trauma reminders in depth in a little bit. But avoidance could also be defending oneself, fight, flight, freeze. You know, when those things kick in, it can be very overwhelming to individuals experiencing trauma. And then you're going to see these reactions that I'm going to try and highlight in a few slides in terms of how they get misperceived in our work. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, these are things that are not surprising or unique here. Intense reactions, isolation and detachment from others, lack of impulse control, defensiveness, aggressiveness, okay, dissociation. That's when people may seem unfocused or detached or distant or out of touch, you know, substance and alcohol use. Next slide, please. Okay, we talked a little bit about the brain, but again, the cognitive impact, when you're having troubles thinking clearly, when you're having difficulties with memory, whether it's about the trauma or just in general, difficulties with concentration, you're dissociating, having thinking errors, and your thinking patterns are thrown off, it really makes it difficult for individuals to integrate into their daily life, whether it's going to scheduled appointments, whether it's paying attention in class. And again, I'm using these everyday examples that we encounter because we often react to individuals with trauma who are having troubles in these areas as if they are being defiant, or as if they don't care about the appointment, as if they don't care about school, or they're, you know, a lot of times with kids in school, the idea is that they're not motivated. Well, how are you supposed to be motivated if you don't understand the material or you can't retain the material? And every year that goes by, maybe you're being held back at school, right? And then now there's stigma because you're held back a couple of years, or maybe you're getting passed along barely, but the material is going to get harder and harder, and you still don't have the ability to do what you already technically passed from the previous year. And you're continuing to have these lapses of memory or the difficulty processing, okay? On an interpersonal level and on a personal level, you have the self-concept and future goals issue, okay? When people have experienced complex trauma, especially, and this is not to say that people with non-complex trauma don't experience these things, but there's higher rates in this particular area when it is complex trauma. I've been working with victims of trauma for over 15 years, like I said, and there's almost always some type of shame involved, often guilt, right? But for some people, they really develop a strong sense of low self-esteem or self-efficacy. Poor self-image. When you have complex trauma, it impacts more so your perception of yourself, of the world, and where you belong in it and how you relate to it, okay? Trust issues are a huge thing. Feeling hope about yourself, about what you're trying to do, about the world can be very challenging. And often what we find is individuals are in survival mode, living moment to moment. The future may be bleak, or the future may be worrisome. I may be so used to these past experiences where things have not worked out. So I'm not thinking about how I'm going to achieve something in a month or in a year. I'm trying to get through today because today is really, really, really challenging. Yes, victim blaming is a big thing. Thank you for putting that in there in the chat. So now I'm going to speak a little bit further about something that people don't think about when it comes to trauma, which is trauma reminders. And in a nutshell, trauma reminders can be anything, okay? So if you look at the slide, I just named random things, okay? It could be anything. And also when you're having trauma symptoms, the trauma symptoms themselves can be a trauma reminder. So it can really create a vicious cycle there. So to give you an example, so I like to have my beard full like this, you know? And so if someone has experienced trauma that involves someone who has a big beard, my beard could be a trauma reminder, okay? And I've actually experienced that before. Surprisingly, only one time in my whole career, but I've actually experienced that before, okay? I want everyone to think about anything on their appearance, in their offices, in the way they speak to people. Think about any of those being trauma reminders. The perfume you wear that you think smells lovely could be a trauma reminder. The snack that you buy for someone that you think, oh, I'm treating this family to some snacks because they were hungry, that could be a trauma reminder. So now we're going to go through a couple slides somewhat swiftly to highlight different examples. So these next slides are pictures that I've taken, so I have full permission to use them. And these are things that over the years I've accrued and put into my trainings because I think they each highlight different things that could be traumatic for one person, but not for the other. A trauma reminder for one person, not for the other. So on the right, you have a cat in the dark, okay, on top of a radio cooler. That was the last time that we had a storm that really knocked out power for the most of us for a few days. It was a bunch of years back. I forget what it was called, but we had a power outage for, for a few days there. And people think about at night, what are you supposed to do when you go to sleep? You turn off the lights, right? What happens when we have a storm? Sometimes the lights flicker. Okay, what if my trauma was experienced in the dark? Okay, what if it happened in my bedroom at night where I'm supposed to turn off the lights and sit in the dark where I was abused? How am I not supposed to be potentially thinking about what happened? Okay, but when they come to us for services or when they show up at school or for therapy or for case management or what have you, you have a kid that hasn't slept. And then people immediately jump to, well, were they playing on their phone all night? Okay, and maybe they were, but why were they playing on their phone? Okay, on the left, you have a picture of a park. That's actually Kennedy Park in Coconut Grove. Okay, there's this little path that goes over the water there that you see, the wooded area. It's really nice to walk there and go running there. But as it gets darker at night, I used to go jogging there. It gets extremely dark. That corner has no lighting whatsoever. Okay, now you could be walking with someone around that corner in broad daylight as depicted in this picture and think nothing of it. But that doesn't mean that that isn't a place where someone experienced a trauma, that little walk that you think is a pleasant day out might be a trauma reminder. Northeast 2nd Avenue, I don't even remember why I took the picture of Northeast 2nd Avenue sign. I think I was having a moment, the street sign was kind of banged up and I took a picture of it, but it represents any street or avenue anywhere in the world where something could happen. But I want to highlight the bottom one, okay? In the bottom one, you just see a concert hall, okay? That was a symphony that I went to one time, and I took that picture just because it was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of experience. And I want to highlight something here. What if the person who abuses you or exploits you did so within the context of you being a student in the ensemble, or in taking you to those types of events as part of the grooming or the manipulation? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the seasons, that's clearly on the left, not a picture from Miami because we don't have stuff that looks like that here. Our seasons don't turn that way. But I took a picture of that in the Northwest of the United States, and it's a beautiful picture. But one of the things that we do know when the seasons come and go is a lot of people are aware of like seasonal depression and how mental health flares up, but people also don't think about it during those seasons in the fall and into January. That's when a lot more of these family occasions tend to happen. You got Thanksgiving, you got a slew of holidays in between there, you got New Year's, okay? And a lot of people don't realize that the coming of the season could already start to trigger some alert or behavioral or emotional symptoms, because the turning of the season might be a trauma reminder, whereas everyone else is saying, yay, I get to put up a Christmas tree. For someone else, they might be, oh, wait, this is the time of year that every year so-and-so would visit for a few weeks and would abuse or exploit me, okay? It's a picture of the Metro Rail, pretty self-explanatory. A lot of things happen on there, okay? Picture of a bunch of people's feet at the park, okay? A lot of times, traumas can happen in contexts that one doesn't expect. And as our colleagues spoke earlier and established, trafficking specifically doesn't have to involve a quote pimp or even a third party. And we actually find that a lot of times events happen at parks with friends when they're thinking they're maybe just going to go have fun or talk, or sometimes maybe they're going to go and do something not as innocent, like engage in some alcohol or substance use, okay? But I use this picture in referring to trauma reminders because a lot of times things happen in groups. Again, people think that trafficking and other traumas necessarily happen in a dark corner behind a closed door. Sometimes they happen out in the open. Sometimes they happen in the most unexpected places if you're not familiar working with youth who have experienced exploitation or traffic. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the last one of the pictures, okay? And I'm going to focus really on the middle ones. The popcorn one on the right could represent almost the equivalent of when I was speaking about the symphony orchestra scene, okay? On the middle left, you have a piece of cake and some ice cream. So a lot of times in working with families, I've found that during special occasions, there are problems within the family and the kid is having an uptake in reactions. And a lot of times it just gets blamed on, for example, that they didn't get the piece of cake that they wanted to, or someone else got the gift that they wanted. And people don't, again, remember that it's a lot of times during those holidays and those occasions where people come together, family members and friends come over. And a lot of times on those occasions, you have higher rates of trauma because the family's over, people are all over the house, not everyone's being supervised, right? Or sometimes people get groomed or manipulated using things like food and treats and snacks like that, either to build the relationship and the trust that results in abuse or exploitation, or as a reward, quote unquote, for having engaged in whatever's being asked of them. But people just see that and they just see a regular piece of cake or a regular scoop of ice cream, and in fact think it's a very nice thing that the person should be super grateful for, when in fact it may be a trauma reminder for them and trigger some of those trauma responses. Last but not least, the fireworks, okay? I was listening to a podcast, and this gentleman who was a veteran was talking about how when we have jet flyovers and fireworks, how people think they're paying tributes to the veterans, right? But for them, those sights and sounds of explosions and jets could be reminders of the war that they have trauma from, okay? So that has nothing to do with trafficking specifically, but in terms of trauma, we really, really need to pay attention to how during these unique circumstances or everyday circumstances, and especially in our work, and that's what I'm going to speak to now, we could be inadvertently thinking we're even not just being neutral. We sometimes think we're celebrating something or doing something good, not realizing that it could be a trauma reminder that will cause trauma responses. And then when the person reacts, our tendency is to think that they're ungrateful, or that they're being defiant, or they're not being cooperative, they're not appreciative, or whatever else is going on. People tend not to lean into wondering or even considering if the situation has any trauma reminders involved. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm not going to read everything off this slide because there's a lot of words on there. But when I put this slide together, what I wanted to convey to the audience today, and hopefully future audiences, is how things that we think are generally speaking there to either help by, like with questions and investigations and interviews, are we developing knowledge, are we trying to help fight crime? When we think of housing and placement, we think that we're helping a kid who's experienced whatever abuse or trauma, that we're finding them housing, not thinking that that placement itself could be a trauma reminder, okay? Law enforcement, hospitals, we think that we're helping people. And a lot of people, and I can't emphasize this enough, I've worked with a lot of youth that because of what they experienced in the hospitals or in getting to the hospital or in their involvements with law enforcement have been very traumatic, okay? And we need to take into consideration that when those things happen and the youth is reacting with a trauma response, the tendency is to react with more restriction because they're being perceived as resisting or they're being perceived as out of control. And a lot of times what those youth really need is maybe an explanation, maybe some time. One of the things that I think us systematically really need to figure out how to fight is how, if someone is truly at risk of harm to themselves or others, but they're not completely out of control in the moment, and they need to be hospitalized for a Baker Act, do they really need to be handcuffed and put in the back of a police car? Is that what someone who's feeling suicidal needs in that moment? You know, we have to be thoughtful about those things. Okay. Even when we provide services, who wants strangers coming to their home, you know, to look around and ask a bunch of questions? Now, imagine if you have a history of complex trauma, that means that you've probably been involved with the system many times. DCF, law enforcement, whoever else, service providers coming to the home. And all those times are probably not for good reasons. Okay. It's not likely that you're having to have case management or therapy or DCF or law enforcement come to your home because something good happened. You know, we have these systems in place for different reasons, but we can't just take for granted and assume that the people receiving this service or receiving this visit, okay, or having to go to your office are just going to be grateful. You know, I had a conversation many moons ago with someone who voiced feeling like, why aren't people more responsive and willing to come in for services, and why are they not more appreciative? And I just had to highlight, and this is way before I started doing any trainings or presentations, you know, I just had to highlight for them, just as a trauma therapist, like, you realize that them coming to us means that there was a trauma. By definition, that's the only reason they're coming to us at Kristi House, is because there was some type of trauma. And coming here, because there was a trauma, means that we are a reminder of that trauma, and they're coming here to, if they're coming to therapy, to deal with the trauma. Who loves going to the doctor? You know, who wants to go get surgery on their knee if they broke their knee? Like, it's a very similar thing in that sense, but we don't think about it that way. We just think of the emotional behavioral issues that are going on, the depression, the anxiety, the fighting at school and things like that. But we really have a bad tendency of missing the mark when it comes to recognizing that what we're looking at when people don't engage with us the way we would want or expect them to, that it is a trauma response because there are trauma reminders involved. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and I believe this is my last slide. If you notice the three different columns highlight three different things. And what I wanted to convey here is, on the left is a lot of times the language that I hear, that we hear, parents and professionals of all types, okay, use in describing what is going on with this youth that may have been exploited or experienced more traumas, including but not limited to that exploitation. That's the language we see. That's the thing that we get reported by caregivers and all service providers. I'm not going to name everything one by one. That's what we see on referrals we receive. Okay. There's a lot of stigmatizing language, especially when it comes to kids who have experienced trafficking. There's a lot of language that's very stigmatizing. In fact, I chose not to put a bunch of the words on here because I not that long ago heard that sometimes what people see or hear at the end of a presentation is what sticks with them. And you know, even if it's a thing that's being advised against, that they sometimes get stuck on that. And so I kind of kept that left column pretty limited. But when it comes to sexual things, especially sexual behaviors and sexual relationships with the youth that have been trafficked, there's a lot of stigma. Earlier, we talked about you know, not using the word prostitution or prostitute because someone is a child, in addition to the fact that it's stigmatizing language in general, even for not kids. You know, a lot of times people use words like promiscuous. And so there are a lot of perceptions of the youth that get served, whether we know there is trauma or not, and whether we know if there's trafficking involvement or not, okay? There's a lot of judgment that comes with it. And again, not thinking about how these youth are having are very well established reactions to trauma or trauma reminders. We see a lot of misdiagnosis. You have a lot of kids out there with those first bunch of diagnoses, and sometimes they're accurate, sometimes they're not. I have to tell you that at Project Gold, we work with youth for a very long time. There are youth in the program that we've known for many years. And when you get to see people for many years, you really get a better picture of what the pathology of the diagnosis is, right? What we often see is kids coming in and getting referred to us, and they're coming in with a known trauma history, and then these diagnoses, not the bottom one of any type of trauma disorder. So how is it possible that we have a kid that there are known allegations or confirmation of exploitation, trafficking, or other types of trauma? And again, usually a compounded bunch of traumas, including but not limited to the trafficking. and they just have ODD and ADHD as diagnoses, and they don't have a trauma disorder diagnosed. Okay, so what could it be instead? On the right, you have what are basic common known. You could go to the DSM-5, the manual for mental health disorders, and you could just Google trauma symptoms, and you're going to see that the things on the right are very well established reaction to trauma. But now think about, and I talked a bit about avoidance earlier, so I'm going to focus on some of the other ones. Think about how those things then manifest in our presence, okay? If I have unhelpful or inaccurate beliefs about the world, is it going to make it challenging for me to say what you want to hear? Yeah, I'm going to say things that you don't agree with, and you're going to want to intervene and argue with me about that to convince me otherwise, right? Now, stack upon that if my beliefs are not helpful, but they are accurate because I have that lived experience dealing with your system or your service or even your agency, you know, it's going to come off as a defensiveness or accusatory. And what professionals tend to make the mistake of doing is then leaning towards, again, these judgmental stances and these sort of like authority figure perspectives. And, you know, with all due respect to everyone that's into tough love, sometimes the tough love is way more tough than it is love, right? You know, it's really important for us to meet people with an unconditional positive regard, okay? And recognize that these things on the right here are attachment issues, are trust issues, behavioral issues, you know, and their impact on our daily ability to function, to wake up, to sleep, to go to the bathroom, you know, eating, those basic things that we all know we need to do, and do so with some level of consistency to just survive, but also to thrive. A lot of times those things are impacted by these symptoms. And if we're having constant trauma reminders because of the complex lifelong trauma we've had, trafficking and other types of abuse and trauma, then it's really going to make it difficult for us to function in a way on a daily basis that for those observing us, especially those trying to intervene or help us, to really see us where we really are at is really, really important. And I just highlighted one thing here with irritability with a bunch of stars there, just to say one last thing. It's, again, a very common thing that people's perceptions of individuals coming into your office or that you're visiting in the home or that come into your schools have these sort of aggressive or irritable or oppositional or resistant or defiant behaviors. When you're working with youth who've experienced trafficking and have complex trauma, think about this. If you look at depression or anxiety or trauma disorders in the diagnostic manual, they all include irritability. They all specify that a symptom of depression could present as irritability in kids and teenagers. A symptom of anxiety, and this is unrelated to trauma, just any depression, any anxiety is going to present in kids and teenagers as irritability. Okay, that's a possibility, and we know that happens a lot. It's also there for trauma too. So imagine if you have trauma, plus you have complex trauma, plus you have a lifelong of negative experiences interacting with the different services and systems. And at this point, you're starting to feel depressed too. And then you have constant state of anxiety. You're going to be pretty irritable. Oh, and you can't sleep and you can't eat. So you're hangry and you're grumpy and grouchy in the morning because you didn't sleep and you didn't eat. There's going to be a lot of irritability. Everybody, that's not about you. That's about them and how their trauma is manifesting itself. So I'm going to pass the mic now to my colleague, Maria Clara, to go on with the trauma-informed care principles. And I want you to think of these ideas and concepts I've been trying to convey to you as she goes through those pillars of trauma-informed care, so you can understand why those things are important as a way to approach individuals who have experienced trafficking and have complex trauma, as opposed to the way they're typically treated in most settings. Thank you.
That was great, Ricardo. Thank you so much. And just a reminder to everyone to please make sure to post your questions, not on the chat, but on the Q&A, so that at the end we can answer those questions and we don't miss them. So why do you think it's important for everyone in our community? So when people think of trauma and trauma-informed care, they always think about, okay, that's for the clinicians, that's for the psychologists, that's for the psychiatrists, that's for the therapists. Why do you think, and you can put this on the chat, why do you think it's important for all of us, whether you are a case manager, whether you are an advocate, a law enforcement officer, detective, if you are an attorney, a prosecutor, a defense attorney, whatever your role may be, why do you think it's important for all of us to understand trauma? And you can put that on the chat, please. And I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about that. Why do we need to understand trauma? Okay, so I see, so we can interact with individuals who have experienced trauma in some way so that we can react in the right way to provide, oh, that was quick. Best practices, I'm trying to read them all. Best advocate and help, to be sensitive, to show more compassion, to treat symptoms properly. Great. Thank you all so much. And absolutely, right? When we understand trauma, we respond to people differently. And as Ricardo was mentioning, you know, when we understand a traumatic response, when we understand how that manifests in someone emotionally or behaviorally, then we can understand that that's a traumatic response and that that's not the person, that's not who they are, that doesn't define them. And so our response to that is extremely important. As people with a lived experience of human trafficking or exploitation, when they come in contact with various systems, whether it's social services, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's the educational system, whatever system they may come in contact with, they may face stress, they may face anxiety, but even more so when they have had negative interactions in the past. And so just to give you an example, somebody may be referred to treatment with you may be a clinician, and the person doesn't feel that they say they don't want to engage in therapy, they don't want to do therapy, they won't. And like Ricardo said, they get labeled as difficult, as not wanting assistance, as reluctant, as defiant. And so they get all these labels, but sometimes we don't take the time to say to that person, what is holding you back? What has happened in the past? Have you received therapy in the past? Have you encountered the systems in the past? And maybe they had a negative experience in the past. It could be for many different reasons, right? And so engaging people and trying to understand that all of that comes from some place, it's important. And sometimes we're telling people what they need to do, right? We're telling them, okay, you need therapy, you need this, you need that, but we're not engaging them in that process of them giving them the opportunity to tell us what is it that they need, what are their goals, what are some of the maybe difficult interactions that they had in the past that makes it so much more harder for them to access those services. And we know that our systems are not perfect. None of the systems are, right? We know that we're constantly learning, that we constantly need to work in improving. We have come a long way, but we still need a lot more work that needs to be done. And so if we are open to learning, we're open to improving, then we really need to listen to their voices, right? What are they trying to tell us? What are they telling us? And so that's what trauma-informed care is all about, right? It's creating a safe environment so that people can feel that they can have these interactions, that they can interact with us, that they can access those services, creating an environment where they feel safe enough to perhaps potentially access the services. It's not, you know, sometimes people focus on getting someone to disclose that they were exploited, that they experienced trafficking, that they experienced exploitation, but it's not really about the disclosure. It's really about them accessing services, accessing the assistance that they need, accessing the resources that they need to be able to begin their healing journey, to be able to thrive in our community. And that comes in all systems. It's not just about therapy, it's about employment opportunities, it's about educational opportunities, it's about vocational opportunities, and how they interact in all these systems, it's extremely important. So how we create a response that gives them an opportunity to be able to interact with the systems, a safe environment, it's key in order for them to access those services. And so trauma-informed care, it's an approach to engaging people with histories of trauma that recognizes the impact that trauma has on that individual, and that tailors a response and tailors services around that to create that environment where they feel safe enough to access services, to access assistance, to access the help that they need. And I want to reemphasize something that Bradel and Theresa said during the presentation. You know, it isn't about rescuing someone. I always say to people that people with a lived experience of trafficking and exploitation are the strongest people that I've ever met in my life. They have gone through so much, and they have strong voices, they have powerful voices, they have survived, they continue to survive out there. They are fighters, and they are powerful, they're smart, they're talented. And so we need to emphasize those strengths that they are and not minimize them, like Bradel said, right? Now make them seem like they're small while we take all the credit for the healing journey, while we take all the credit. It was them. It was them. It was them who did it. And how many survivors of human trafficking actually did it without getting the help of their services, because maybe those services and help was not available there. And that goes to show us that they are the strongest survivors that I personally know and that I personally have interacted with. And another thing that we need to remind ourselves about trauma is that, and so especially with people with lived experience of trafficking and exploitation, as Ricardo mentioned before, you know, for the most part, they've experienced complex trauma, right? They have experienced trauma for along their life, right, from a young age. And the younger you are, when you experience severe trauma, the more it's going to have changes, the more it's going to impact that brain development. And so somebody may be now 25 or 30 years old or 40 years old, and they may still very impacted by that trauma. They may still at that 10, 11, or 12-year-old level. And that's important, because people sometimes say, and I hear this even in our field, I said people, well, by now they should know better because now they're 25 years old. Because that 14, 15, 16-year-old, one day is going to be 25 and 30, 35 years old. And they still may be impacted by that. So they may still be having those exact same traumatic responses. And so we can't forget their history. We can't forget what happened to them before and now think that, oh, because they're 25 or 35 or 45, they should know better now, or so magically their trauma disappeared. And so we have to understand that even though our system treats them very differently, right? Once they aged out, once the laws are different, whether you're a minor or you're an adult. And sometimes we have people individuals who, unfortunately, once they become adults, they still trapped in the life of abuse and exploitation, and they're treated differently, or they're now judged because they're an adult and they're not acting differently. And so it's important that we remind ourselves that trauma doesn't magically disappear just because we get older. And so they may still be having those traumatic responses. And when you think about all the individuals in our community, and I always said, and Ricardo said this, most people may have experienced a situation of trauma. And there is research that has estimated that over 70% of the adult US population have had at least one experience of a traumatic event. And when you think about people that experience trauma and how they're impacted by it, and they come in contact with any system, So trauma is not just for social services. Trauma is not just for service providers. It's for all of us, even as communities, as families. When we understand trauma, we can help families become more resilient. When we understand trauma, we can help people thrive in our communities because our response is creating around that understanding. And so we need to work harder as a community to advocate for a trauma-informed response in all systems, in all communities, in our churches, in our schools, in our universities, college, vocational training, in our businesses that are employing individuals. And so when we create those responses, we help people have the resources and the tools to be able to thrive because we can understand it, we can identify it, and we know how to respond sensitively when someone is in that situation. So the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, has identified six guiding principles to trauma-informed care. And we're going to go through these principles and talk about each of them to spend a little time on that. And I just want to remind everyone, if you have questions, I don't want you to forget them, so please put them now on the Q&A so that we can address those questions at the end. But when we talk about those guiding principles of trauma-informed care, we have to remind ourselves that how we respond to survivors when they are attempting to live that life of abuse and exploitation, or they have left that life, how we respond to them is going to be key in them accessing the resources and the help that they need to continue to thrive and to begin that healing journey. And so let's talk about safety. Safety can look very differently from one person to the next, right? And so when we think about how trauma impacts everyone, it's going to impact everyone differently, right? We could all go through the same traumatic events right now, and we will all respond differently because we may perceive the event differently, because we all have different resiliency, because we may have different support systems and support mechanisms to help us in the aftermath of the event. And so we will react all differently. And some people may be traumatized, some may not be traumatized from the same event. Some people may have some symptoms, some people may have very different symptoms. So we can never generalize because each person, each individual is so unique, and their response and their triggers are unique. And so when we talk about safety, safety doesn't look the same to me as it looks to you. Safety looks different. And when we think about safety, we have to talk about physical safety and we have to talk about emotional safety. People often focus on physical safety and they forget how important emotional safety it is. And again, people who have experienced trauma and abuse throughout their lives, they grew up in a world that doesn't feel safe. How can the world be safe when those who are supposed to love you, protect you, care for you, may have been perhaps the first people that abused you and betrayed you? So it does change the way you see the world. It changes the way you think. It changes the way you feel. It changes the way you act. And so you can't judge someone based on that because it is that trauma response. And that when you grow up feeling like the world is not safe, that has a lot of implications for that. And so when we think about physical safety, everything that comes with physical safety, are they still in harm's way of their perpetrator, of their trafficker, they're exploited? Is their trafficker perpetrator harassing them, contacting them? Are they leaving their placement? Is their placement safe? Do they feel safe? Maybe their placement is too close to where they have been, where they experience the trafficking and the exploitation situation, and that's a trigger in itself. Or maybe they live close to associates of that trafficker exploited, or their trafficker exploited is nearby. And so physical safety is important. Also, when they meet with us, right? If they come to your office, if they come to the law enforcement building, if they come to a hospital, what does the physical safety looks like? Do they have to walk a long way to get to that, from the train station, from the bus station? Is the neighborhood safe? Do they feel safe in that neighborhood? If the parking lot has good lighting, if they're leaving at a later time, is there a security guard? And so we have to understand what that physical safety may look for someone. And then when we think about emotional safety, and let's first go back to what Bradel and Theresa were saying about language. How important language is when we talk about emotional safety. If we're using not the appropriate language, if we're using terms that are judgmental, derogatory, if we're using, and maybe we're not using it directly with the individual, but maybe they overheard us. And this happens a lot where people are like, oh, I don't use these terms with the individual, but I do use them with my colleagues. And sometimes people hear them, or they hear you talk about an individual and they think, well, if that's how they talk about that individual, I wonder how they talk about me, right? And so do I feel safe? Do I want to interact or access these services? Absolutely not. And so that emotional language is a big part of emotional safety as well. Also being alert to any potential triggers, right? What does that look like? And Ricardo, had a great list of the different potential triggers that they may be. And so we're meeting with the survivor, whether they're coming to, if you provide in-home services, and so you go to their home, or if they come to your office, what is the lighting like? Is it too noisy? Is it private enough for them to have a conversation with you? Is the messaging on the walls, is it appropriate? Is the music too loud? Is the lobby area where they have to wait overcrowded and it's too much noise going on, which increases their anxiety, increases their stress level? And so there is no way that we can control all the triggers that someone has, right? But if we understand trauma, and we identify that someone may be being triggered, then we can act and we can provide support and we can provide the right response. And so having objects within your lobby area, having objects that allow the person to help them, help them with their stress or their anxiety, having fidgeting objects, having coloring books. Coloring books are not just for children. There's a great amount of coloring books, mindfulness coloring books, for adults as well, having those available, having journals if someone needs to write, if someone needs to color, if they have fidgeting toys they can play with to help them decrease that anxiety. That's very helpful. Maybe asking the person, do you need a more private space, and having them relocate to a more private room. Help them practice some of the relaxation techniques, right? Deep breathing, some of their what coping mechanisms do you use, using mindfulness, and so helping them with that. And so if you're front staff person, let's say this happens in a lobby, your front staff person is trained on trauma, and they see that someone is getting agitated, someone's pacing back in the waiting room, someone's going outside, maybe they're getting a little upset, maybe they're getting frustrated or impatient, then that person can check on them. Are you okay? Is there anything we can do to help you? Can we get you some water? Maybe like Ricardo said, maybe they're hungry, right? I get really cranky. I always say that to people. I get really cranky when I'm hungry. And so my husband says that I should have a sign that says proceed with caution. And so again, there are some certain things that we have to make sure that we're taking care of the person's well-being, right? Is the person hungry? Are they cold? Are they thirsty? And so that changes anyone's mood or demeanor at any second. But if someone is already anxious, if someone has experienced trauma and they may be triggered by something, then it's going to exacerbate anything else. And so keeping in mind that, right? How can we help that person in that moment? What kind of support can we provide to that person to prevent them from going into crisis as well? Considering the gender factors, right? Some survivors may be more comfortable with someone from a specific gender, right? And don't make assumptions, don't assume. And I have a perfect example. Ricardo and I have been colleagues for many, many, many years. And I had the privilege of walking alongside this wonderful young lady who from the beginning, she said, I will only do therapy if I have a male therapist. Women are too judgmental. I only want to do therapies with a male. And Ricardo was her clinician for a long time and walk alongside her for many, many years as well. And that's to give you the point that we can't make assumptions, right? We can assume that if someone identifies as a female, that they feel more comfortable with another female clinician. And so we want to ask those questions. They may be more comfortable with a female because of their experiences if their abuses were male, but they may be not. And so we want to ask those questions. Let's not make assumptions. Don't pressure anyone to answer questions if they're hesitating, if maybe they're not feeling safe enough to answer questions. Some questions are very personal. And if I just met you, I may not feel very comfortable answering those questions. And so not pressuring individuals to answer questions, not pressuring them to tell their story. It's important, and thinking about trauma-informed care. And as Theresa mentioned it during their presentation, we want to avoid re-traumatizing someone. We want to avoid re-victimizing someone. And sometimes when they come in contact with our system, we unfortunately do that. And so how can we prevent that? And so part of not pressuring someone to tell their story, you think about how re-traumatizing that can be, right? Not asking someone and forcing them or pressuring them to tell their story. It's important. Not judging them for their actions, for their choices, the feelings. Remember, trauma impacts the way they think, the way they feel, the way they behave, and you can't judge someone based on that. And at the end of the day, you don't know their story. You don't know. You may have a referral in front of you that tells you this is what happened, but you don't know what that person was thinking and feeling in that moment. You don't know. You have not walked in that person's shoes. And so we can't make assumptions. We can't judge people based on that. We can't judge people based on what we think we know, on our experiences in walking alongside individuals with a lived experience. We don't know. And so we want to make sure that we are very respectful of that we respect boundaries, right? It's important that we respect their privacy and the need for privacy. We all have that, so we need to respect that. And when I talk about boundaries, it's so important because I often see people, when they are, getting upset, when they are having a moment, very often people unintentionally come and they want to be very nice and compassionate, and boundaries, right? There's emotional boundaries, there's physical boundaries as well. So we have to think about all of it. And sometimes people, and trying to be kind, may place an arm and say, hey, I'm here to help you, or I just want to help you. Physical touch can be a huge trigger for someone. And so you may have had a good intention by doing that, but that may be very triggering. And so be very careful with boundaries. Make sure that you're not violating, disrespecting someone's emotional boundaries or physical boundaries. And so it's important that you ask, even if you've been walking alongside someone for many, many years, and this person, you have a great relationship, and maybe you have given each other hugs in the past. Even if you're going to give a hug, initiate a hug, you should ask, would you like a hug? Do I have your permission to give you a hug, right? And so those are important things that we always need to keep in mind. And always use active and compassionate listening. We always have to listen. We spend a lot of time talking. We spend a lot of time telling people what we think they should be doing, and we don't spend enough time listening to someone. What are their needs? What are their goals? What are their fears? How are they feeling, right? And so we need to do a much better job practicing active and compassionate listening. Trustworthiness and transparency. And again, and Ricardo said this, and it is common for people who have a lived experience of trafficking and exploitation, and especially more so those who have experienced abuse and trauma throughout their lives at the hands of the most important role models in their lives, who particularly were their caregivers or parents, family members. It's hard to trust anyone, right? How do you trust someone when those that we're supposed to care and protect you and care for you were the people that abused you and betrayed you? And so don't think that you can just gain someone's trust from one second to the next. Trust established slowly, and it takes time, and you can't rush it. And the more you try to rush it, the more unsuccessful you're going to be at it. And trust looks differently for every person as well. And so it may take you less time to build trust with someone than with somebody else. So avoid comparing one person to the next, because everyone is unique, everyone has different needs. And so even when their situations are similar, when their trauma and experiences are similar, their situation is different, their situation is unique. And so take your time to build rapport. Take your time to establish that trust, and you do that by being honest as you can possibly be, right? I understand that there are situations where you can't share certain things depending on your role, but you have to try to be as honest as you can possibly be, and be consistent and be reliable, right? Follow through with what you say you're going to do. If you said, I'm going to help you with this, follow through with that. If there is a reason why you couldn't, then let them know why. And I say this, I often hear, I've had the honor and privilege to walk alongside many youth in my work, and I had so many of the youth that would say to me, "Oh, my case manager or my worker from whichever organization and agency is going to take me to buy some clothes because my clothes don't fit me anymore, or when I change placement, they didn't send my clothes," and they're excited about their needs being met, and then let's say they say they were going on a Monday, Tuesday comes, and I ask the question, "So how did it go?" And they're like, "They didn't call me, they didn't show up, we didn't go." "What do you mean you didn't go? What happened?" "I don't know. Nobody called me, nobody showed up, nobody told me anything." And so I always say to people, show them the same level of respect that you would show your boss. If you can't make it to a meeting, you don't just show up, right? You call your boss and say, "I'm sorry, I have an emergency, I need to take care of this, I'm not going to be able to come." Show them the same level of respect. "I'm so sorry, I know we had this schedule, something came up, I'm not going to be able to take you, can we go on this other day?" And that applies for anything. If you told somebody you were going to take them to get their food stamps application or apply for a job, whatever the situation may be, whether you're working with an adult, where you're walking alongside, excuse my language, I'm learning, where you're walking alongside with an adult or a minor, it's the same thing, right? And so you have to show them that level of respect. You have to be honest, you have to be consistent, you have to be reliable, following through what you say you're going to do. And for whatever reason you couldn't, you have to let them know. That. Be very transparent about their options, right? About the role, your role. What is your role? Are you a clinician? Are you a prosecutor? Are you an attorney? Are you a detective? Are you an investigator? Are you a victim advocate? What is your role, and what does that mean for them? Because if I don't know the language within the system and somebody tells me, "Oh, I'm your CLS attorney," I don't know what CLS may be. And so be very clear. What is your role? What does that mean? How are you going to help them? How is your role helpful to them, right? And so be very transparent, and also explaining what their options are. I often in the past, with youth that will come, were referred for services, and they would tell me, "I have no idea what your program is or what this is about." And they were never told. And so with all right, they were upset, like, "I don't know why I'm here, I don't know why you're calling me," right? And so making sure that you are explaining and everything and what their options are as well, always obtaining informed consent for everything, right? And if you're helping a minor, if you're providing assistance, then you have to get informed consent from their legal guardians, whether that's a family member, a parent, or the system, right? You need to have informed consent. And very often when people are with minors, instead of they get informed consent from the adults, from their legal guardians, but they don't talk to the minor about it. So you have to talk to the youth about it as well. They need to know, they need to be informed. Even if they don't have the legal age to sign an informed consent, they need to be informed. They need to be aware as well, because they're the ones who are going to participate or engage or access services or access whatever assistance you're trying to provide. And so they need to be informed. They need to buy into what you're trying to offer them as well. And create some clear expectations around those services that are being proposed, right? Explaining services, explaining what your role is. What are some of the expectations, right? People get anxious when they don't know what's going to happen, right? If you make an abuse report, people get anxious when they don't know what's going to happen after that. And so explaining to people, setting clear expectations about what may come next, it's important. And how the assistance that you're providing is going, how is the assistance going to be provided? What does that look like for them, right? Are they supposed to, just to give you an example, if they're supposed to participate in services, these are some of the services that they are being invited or encouraged to participate. And so what are the services that are available to them? And make it clear that if they say, "No, I don't want your services," that they can accept those services in the future. Just because they say no now, it doesn't mean that they cannot come back to you later on and say, oh yes, I do want to participate. And so if they make it clear to them, you know, if you decide that you don't want this, that if you decide not to participate in the services now, these services are also available in the future as well. And not everything is about, you know, people focus, very often people focus on treatment, therapy, and we know it's so important, right? And so I'm in no way minimizing that, but not everything can be just therapy, right? We all need opportunities for psychosocial development. We all need opportunities for social interaction, for recreational activities, for fitness, whatever that may look like. We all need that. And so it's important that those opportunities are also provided. If you work for a service provider, if your organization doesn't provide that, then you can link them with other agencies, organizations that can provide those opportunities for fun outings and activities. But if you only focus on your role as a case manager, a clinician, you're just taking someone here to appointments, or you're just doing therapy. If you don't create opportunities to build trust and relationship in a setting that is fun and recreational for someone, it's going to be a lot harder for you to build that trust and to build that rapport and to build that relationship. And so, and I, you know, I know that many of our outstanding clinicians and from our partner agencies, from the Chance program as well, our outstanding clinicians spend a lot of their time, sometimes months, it can be 6 to 8 months, just building rapport. And they do that by, hey, let's go work out together. Hey, let's go have lunch. Hey, let's go have, you know, let's go see a movie, whatever that may look like, to build trust, to build relationship. You can't just meet someone and think that you're just gonna have your manual here and you're gonna go through your manual and it's just gonna look beautiful. No, you have to take as long as it takes to build that relationship first. And once you build that relationship, then maybe you begin your treatment. Maybe you begin therapy. Maybe you begin everything else, your mentoring. Maybe you begin to do everything that you need to do, right? But building that rapport looks different for everyone. Some people take longer, some people take less time. I have one of my colleagues at the Chance program who she says it took a year of spending time with this young person and doing fun activities together, working out together before they could actually start therapeutic sessions. And you can do a lot of psychoeducational during that time, right? But it's important that we know that it takes time and it's different for every person. And you provide praise and encouragement along the way. It goes such a long way when you focus on the things that are going well, right? When you provide that praise, like, I'm so proud of you for showing up here today, because I know that was hard, right? If somebody's feeling depressed, it's really hard to get out of bed. And maybe that day they went to school for the first time in a long time. Maybe that day they did come to your therapeutic appointment. Maybe that day they showed up to court. And so celebrating that, celebrating those baby steps, celebrating and encouraging them and providing praise, like, that was great. That was, you know, I'm so glad that you did that. And when you celebrate that, then they feel motivated to continue to do that as well. Helping them to meet the concrete needs, right? And again, sometimes we spend a lot of time talking and not asking questions. And so we meet someone for the first time, and we're like, okay, you need therapy, you gotta go to court, or you should go back to school, and you need to get a job. But what are some of the concrete needs, right? Maybe someone was just recently recovered. Maybe someone just that day got out of their situation, and maybe they haven't eaten in 3 days. Maybe they haven't had a place to sleep where they can have a good night's sleep. And so they're tired, they're hungry, they had just left, so they don't know what's about to come, right? They're maybe a little anxious about the unknown. And so asking them, what are some of their concrete needs? What are some of the immediate needs? Maybe they need a meal. Maybe they need a place to stay. And before you start talking about therapy and how do they got to court and how do they got to do all these things and go back to school, you need to meet their immediate needs. Maybe they need to get their clothes. Maybe they need some toiletries. Maybe that's what they need. And maybe that's what is the most important to them in that moment. And so allowing them, and that comes, we're going to talk about empowerment, voice of choice. That comes with giving them the platform to speak up, right? To voice their needs. And so it's important that you allow them the room to do that and have them participate in goal setting. It's important, right? What are their goals? What are their goals for the future? What would they like to do, right? Maybe you think that these should be their goals, but that's not realistic. That's not what their goals are. And so you really have to work with them and make sure that you're asking them about their goals, being very specific about instructions and directions that they need to follow up. And so we talk about meeting people where they're at, right? And so you have to be, again, take baby steps. We got to take baby steps. We can't pressure. We can rush the process. Everyone goes in a different rhythm, right? There's different stages, and somebody may have gone to the next stage, and we talk about stages of change, right? Somebody may have gone to the next stage and then they went backwards. That happens, right? How many times you say, oh, this year my New Year's resolution is I'm going to go work out every day. And then you go the first week, and then the second week you're like, you go one time, and then by the third week you stop going. That's human nature. And so in a trauma situation, it happens more so, right? And so you may go, so they go, it's cyclical. They may go to one stage, go back to the prior stage, then go back again to the next stage. And so it's supporting them all along and understanding and taking the baby steps and providing that motivation and that praise and encouragement along the way. Understand if you're doing an intake, if you're doing an investigation, whatever your role may be, you may be law enforcement, you may be an attorney, you may be a clinician, you may be a case manager. Understand the reason for the questions you're asking during those situations. Why are you asking these questions? And explain why that information is important. Because I may be asking myself, why are they asking me those questions? I don't understand. Why is that relevant to you? Why is that relevant to your job? And so understand and be able to explain to them why that information is important. Make sure that they understand any decisions that are being made in regards to the services that they're going to receive when referring them in and out of services, right? Making sure that if you fill out a referral form for them, for another agency, another service provider, that they know why the information that you're providing to that other agency, that they know what's the information you're providing and why they need that information. And I always invite people to ask themselves, if you make a referral for someone to get a gift card, maybe there's an organization that focuses on financial assistance or they give cards, financial assistance somehow. They give gift cards, or they give money for utilities assistance, whatever that may be. That organization may not need all the details about what happened to what that person experienced. They may not need, maybe they only need to know that this person experienced exploitation and trafficking, but they don't need to know all the details of how it happened and when it happened. So be mindful of that, right? Be mindful when you work in organizations, create those partnerships and create collaboration when you're not giving all this information out to everybody. And also, because we need to make sure that we're protecting their confidentiality. And so if I refer someone just for a gift card or for some sort of financial assistance, why do they need to know all the details of what happened to them, right? Maybe that's important for a clinician, of course, but that may not be important for someone who's just providing financial assistance. And so we have to think about in those terms, and how can we create collaborations and partnerships where we minimize that kind of information sharing, so we protect their confidentiality, but also that they're not being asked the same questions by every person or every agency that's providing those services. That is extremely re-traumatizing and extremely triggering for someone. And so if I go to agency A, and then they do an intake, and I tell this, and then agency A also refers me to agency B for these services, and agency C for these other services, and agency D. And then all these agencies are asking me the same questions over and over and over again. It's extremely triggering, extremely re-traumatizing for the person. And so how can we minimize that? How can we minimize the sharing of information so that it's the information that is needed, but also that these questions are not constantly being asked, so that people are not constantly being re-traumatized as well. And so that is something that we as a community need to constantly advocate for. I lost my little arrow in the bottom. Sorry, I'm a little bit of technology challenge, and so I apologize. Peer support, it's so important, and seeking out to have people with lived experiences on trafficking and exploitation to work within your organization. It's very important, right? I think that hiring individuals with lived experience that can provide mentoring, that can provide support for survivors, it's critical in the work that we do. And so when you do this, it's also important that you provide the necessary level of support for that person as well. We all know that this field is demanding. It's emotionally difficult, right? And it also, all of us working in this field, may have or could experience secondary trauma, vicarious trauma. And so imagine for somebody who has already experienced trauma, some of the situations walking alongside someone else can be also very re-triggering. And so making sure that the person's at a place where they're ready and this is what they want to do, but also providing ongoing support. Because triggers can happen to anyone. And just because someone is triggered, it doesn't mean that they're not ready for this job, or because they can't handle the job, as I sometimes hear people say that. That's also putting labels. And so it's important that we continue to provide appropriate support for people in the working field as well. And also respecting the fact that someone may be working as a mentor, as a life coach, or as a mentor with a lived experience, providing mentoring for survivors of human trafficking. And they may identify as someone with a lived experience to those they're walking alongside with. But we have to respect that that doesn't mean that that's how they want to identify to the rest of the world. And Bradel talked about this, right? We have to allow people to identify themselves as they want to be identified. We want to allow people to choose how they want to be introduced to others, and not say, oh yeah, so-and-so, they're a survivor of human trafficking. That can be very triggering for someone, right? And so we have to ask people how they want to be introduced, maybe even ask them, what would you like your role to be called? Would you like to be called peer mentor? Would you like to be called a life coach? Is there something else that you prefer? And so empowering them to do that as well, and providing them also not only the support, but also a setting where they have a meaningful job, a meaningful opportunity. And also realizing that some people may choose to work as a mentor. Some people may want to work in your organization, but they may want to be in accounting, or they may want to be in human resources, or later they may want to be the CEO of your organization, and they don't have to be always in that role of a mentor, right? And I think sometimes people want to put people in a box and say, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to hire you as a mentor. And maybe that's not what they want. Or they may start the job and maybe that's what they wanted to do. And along the way, they realize, you know what, maybe this isn't for me. And that's okay. How many times anybody starts a job and decides, I don't want to do that. I thought my whole life I was going to be a therapist, I was going to be a clinician, that's what it's going to do for the rest of my life. And I went to school, I did my master's in counseling and all that stuff. But I decided, because I've been in the field for a long time, I decided that I just wasn't going to do individual therapy. Like I just wasn't going to do therapy. I was not going to be a clinician because that just wasn't for me. I have so much love and respect for our clinicians because it is very, very emotionally, I think, hard. You have to have a very special strength. And I always said, if I was a clinician, I will be crying the whole time, and the individual will be providing probably support and consoling me. And so, and the older I get, the more emotional I get. And so it just gets worse. So I decided that I couldn't do that, right? And so I chosen more of a role of advocacy and providing support, and because that's my role. That's where I feel the most comfortable. So it's the same thing for when you hire somebody with the lived experience. Give them that opportunity. Maybe they decide, you know what I want to do is education and prevention. I don't want to be a mentor anymore. I want to be in a leadership position. So allow them to continue to expand the role and be in the settings where they feel they're going to thrive the most. It's very important as well. Collaboration and mutuality. And I think very often we don't talk enough about collaboration, and we don't talk about that mutuality, which is important. We know that healing happens in relationships. Healing happens in relationships. People get the most trigger in interactions with other people. People get the most trigger in relationships as well. And so healing happens in relationships and in the meaningful sharing of power and decision making. And I am going to repeat that because I want to emphasize that. And in the meaningful sharing of power and decision making, I don't have the power to decide over anyone's life. I don't. And so we have to work alongside someone. We have to walk alongside that person, and we can't make the decisions for them. We can't tell them what to do. And so we gotta create that situation of collaboration where there is a true partnership between you and the person with the lived experience, where we recognize that everyone has a role to play in trauma-informed care, not just you as a clinician, not just you as a first responder, not just you as an attorney, not just you as a case manager, but all of us, from our security guard in the building, to our front desk person, to the person that cleans the facilities. Everyone has a role to play, and therefore everyone should be trained in trauma-informed care so that they can respond sensitively to those situations. And so when we create that, when we're training people, and we need refreshers. Let me tell you, we need refreshers, because sometimes, yeah, we went to school and we got masters and we did this and we did the one training 20 years ago or the one training 5 years ago. We need refreshers. We need to sometimes hear this information again, because we do forget. It's our human nature. We get desensitized sometimes, and we don't believe that we are, but sometimes we are. And so we want to make sure that we continue to get retrained, that we get those refreshers, that we are including, that we are giving that person a significant role in their own planning and their evaluation of their own goals. These are their goals. These are the goals. They are the power player. They are the starting role. And so we need to give them that role and respect that role as well. Give them access to specialized, trauma-informed, culturally and linguistically appropriate services. If those services are not provided by you, then make appropriate referrals. And when you make a referral to another agency, make sure that you check what services can they provide. What does that look like? Because if you make a referral and that person doesn't have transportation and they can't possibly make it there, is that going to be a successful referral? No, it's not. And so, and follow up. Did those services started when you make the referral? Are they happy with the services that they're receiving? Are they comfortable? Do they like the services? Are they being helpful? And so making sure that you just make a referral and that's it. No, that there is follow-up as well. And it's so important that service providers, law enforcement, healthcare, educational systems, that we create partnerships. These are crucial to provide a comprehensive victim-centered response to human trafficking. And victim-centered means, when we talk about a victim-centered a person-centered approach, it means that that individual's wishes, safety, and well-being are the most important. The most important. And Bradel said it during her presentation. They are the most important person, right? And so it's their right, it's their wishes, it's their well-being. And so we have to respect that. Even if we don't agree, we have to respect that, right? And when we do that, we are empowering them as well. And when we empower them, we're giving them that opportunity to express themselves, to speak up, to have choices as well, to have their voices be heard. The best I can do is give, instead of speaking for someone, the best I can do is give that person the platform to speak up. Allowing individuals, allowing them the staff to share their experience if they want to ask as many questions as they want to. If they have 10 million questions about the services that you provide, if they don't understand something, be patient, be understanding, be compassionate, and answer the questions clearly, right? If someone is sharing their story, don't interrupt them when they're sharing their story. Allow them the time to share what they feel comfortable sharing, right? Don't rush them through that. But more importantly, don't ever ask them to share their story. But if someone chooses to do that, then don't interrupt them, okay? Always ask what their immediate concerns are. What are their immediate needs, right? I may be thinking, oh, the most important thing they need is medical help, but maybe they're thinking that the most important thing they need is a plate of food right now, or they need toiletries, or they need clothing. And so again, ask them what they are, acknowledge what they're feeling, right? Any losses or any important events that they may have experienced, like the death of a loved one, right? Not assuming what's the most traumatic event for them, because some people, what we may think was the most traumatic experience may have not been the most traumatic experience for them, which is why we want to ask. And always acknowledge their strengths and their skills. Again, they're the strongest people I know. And like Bradel said, in Theresa, they're talented, incredibly talented, incredibly smart. Some of them are going to be amazing attorneys because they have an incredible talent for advocacy. And so let's give them the space and the rooms to do that. Let's give them choices as well. It's important that they have an opportunity to have choices. Even small choices matter. If you give people choices, they feel empowered. They feel that they're in control as well. Support that shared decision making and goal setting along the way to determine the services, to determine the treatment plan and everything else, and provide an atmosphere where they feel validated, where they feel affirmed as well, so that they can build that sense of control and feel that sense of empowerment as well. And we always want to have light and make and praise, right? I always say, highlight progress. Even if the progress may look small to you, highlight that progress. Praise them for that progress as well, right? That increases self-esteem, that increases self-confidence, that motivates them, it reinforces them to continue on that track. And provide incentives and rewards when possible, right? Incentives help. If you incentivize people and you provide rewards, and incentives and rewards should always go alongside praise. Don't just give incentives and rewards. They should always go alongside praise. But again, it reinforces and it motivates them to keep going, to be on that track. And discuss the rewards, right? Some rewards work with some people and some work with other people. And so you want to discuss them with them. Cultural, historical, and gender considerations, it's very important. And we very often talk about cultural competency. Very often we talk about it. And we think sometimes that we're cultural competent, like some people say, oh, I'm Hispanic, so I'm cultural competent because I'm Hispanic. No, it doesn't mean anything. And so we do need specialized training on cultural and historical considerations. We need training on gender considerations as well. Again, knowledge is power. And so we all need that kind of training. And so providing translated materials and qualified interpreters. Don't use other people as interpreters. Always use professionals. Don't use their family members, their friends, or whoever they're with. Always make sure you use professionals, and provide translated materials is so important, especially if you're living in very diverse communities. But you have to think of culture outside also race and ethnicity, right? People think of culture just about race and ethnicity, but culture involves other things as well. It's faith and religion, it's sexual orientation, it's gender identification, it's region of residency, right? It looks different for somebody. I'm from Colombia, I grew up in the city. My culture is a little different from someone who grew up in rural areas of Colombia because we had different accesses to different resources, even to education. And so it looks differently. So geographic location matters. Your level of acculturation matters as well, right? You may have been born in the US, but your ancestors, you know, are from Haiti or from the Caribbean, but you are more Americanized than you identify with that culture. And so we gotta keep that in mind as well. What it's also the culture comes to their environment at home. The culture comes to their environment in their neighborhood. The culture also comes to their environment where they were, the environment of that life of exploitation. You know, what did that look like? What was the culture in that, within that environment as well? So we have to take all of that into consideration as well, and consider also socioeconomic factors. We know that people with lived experiences of trafficking, it affects so much more our vulnerable communities, right? We know that racism, discrimination have a huge impact on human trafficking, right? And how vulnerable people who are experiencing discrimination, racism, and oppression is. We know that it happens so much more to our brown, Black and brown communities, right? Of people of color. And so we have to think about on those terms as well, right? That how there are some people that are so much more vulnerable and they're a high risk to human trafficking. And so we really, when we talk about what we want other people to know and knowledge, we need people to understand that as well, that it's going to impact so much more those who are more vulnerable and those who come from those very vulnerable communities. And so having the right materials, translated materials is important. It's not assuming that someone knows how to write and read. Even if somebody speaks Spanish and they give them Spanish material, don't assume they know how to read. A lot of people from rural areas in other countries, Spanish-speaking countries, may not know how to write and read. And you can't say, oh, do you know how to write and read? That's not trauma-informed, right? So the best trauma-informed response will be, do you need assistance completing the forms? Do you need me to read the forms to you if you obviously know the language or if you are the interpreter? So don't assume that they know how to write and read. Or somebody may be, you know, the literacy level also has a big impact. So they may not be able to understand the questions when they're reading them. And so you may offer assistance. Do you need me to read the questions? Do you need me to explain the questions to you? That's important as well. And that's for the individual or also for the legal parents who may be, if you're walking alongside a minor trying to provide that assistance. And recognizing and address historical trauma, and we're talking historical trauma more, but I don't think we talk about it enough, right? And so understanding that historical trauma takes place across generations, and even those who didn't directly experience it, they can feel the effects of that trauma generations later. And so it's important that we recognize that as well. And I know I'm running out of time. We're almost there. Bear with me. And always maintaining that non-judgmental approach, not imposing your own beliefs and opinions in regards to religion, faith, sexual or gender orientation on individuals. Allow individuals to identify how they feel comfortable in the setting that they feel comfortable. Respond to their individual needs, racial needs, ethnic needs, cultural needs is important. Make those cultural sensitive referrals as well. Some individuals may not feel comfortable accessing services outside their culture, outside their cultural community. And so making those appropriate referrals is important. Help them access those gender responsive services. And don't make assumptions about gender orientation. And sometimes that happens too, like where people, all because a male has experienced exploitation and trafficking by other males, then people assume that he was gay and send them to services to an organization that specializes in those services. And the person was offended, like, I am not gay. Why are you sending me to these services? And so again, not making assumptions, but asking the right questions is important. And acknowledge their special holidays, right? The cultural holidays, their birthdays, and any other special occasion that is meaningful for them. It's important that we acknowledge them as well. Oh, I feel like, wow, I was trying to make it through the time. But before we open it up to, sorry, I pressed the wrong thing here. But before we open it to questions, I just want to say that, and I think Theresa's and Bradel's presentation was a great reminder of how we continue to learn. We're learning, we're growing. I've been in this field for 20 years and I still don't feel like I'm ever going to be at a place, we never get to a place where we know it all, right? And so we're always learning. We have to be open to that learning. We have to be open when someone says, hey, you made a mistake. And so how do we backtrack and do it better next time? And so sometimes we may have the best intentions, but sometimes our best intentions may be triggering for someone. And so recognizing that we're going to make mistakes and allowing ourselves to be open, to be humble enough to recognize that we're learning, that the field is always evolving. And so we need to evolve with the field as well. And with that said, I want to open an opportunity for the questions. I want to thank you so much, everyone, for being with us. I don't know if, Ricardo, you want to add some final thoughts to these before we answer some of the questions.
No, I think your presentation was plenty detailed, and it really puts together what we're trying to convey to all of you out there listening and watching. We really just have to be really thoughtful and considerate. And, you know, I saw a few people in the comments mention Carl Rogers, and, you know, unconditional positive regard is a very important thing. And I think we could go into the Q&A.
Okay, perfect. We do have
and let's always remember, oh, sorry, I just want to say, let's always remember that, you know, when I say healing happens in relationships, we're all wired for connection, right? And so, and we know this. And so giving someone the opportunity to connect is by us responding in a way that is sensitive to them and creating an environment safe enough for them to connect with us. And so the most important, the connection, that's the number one intervention, is that relationship of connection. Sorry, let's go to the question.
Excellent point. We do have some questions for you. The first question reads, can the brain from traumatized person repair itself with time? And what are the traumatic childbirth?
So Maria, can I take both of these? Yeah, so and remember, in particular, we're talking about youth and the development of youth, and the development of the brain is really until age 25. And there are corrective life experiences and also through treatment. But really importantly, trying to not have ongoing re-traumatization that the brain can develop, and work off of what damage has been done. But it really does take a compounded, you know, having some sort of non-traumatizing sequelae of the lifespan during early enough life while the brain is still developing, for that to happen. As for the traumatic childbirth, I'm not sure what the question was. What about traumatic childbirth? So my question is, what about traumatic childbirth?
Yeah, that was the question. It just said, what about traumatic childbirth? And the person did not elaborate a little bit more, but okay, we can move on to the next question. It says, I'm
not sure what about it it's asking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too. I'm not sure. That was just the question.
Okay.
What about traumatic childbirth? So we'll just move on to the next one. It says, how can this diagnosed ADHD co-occur, exist in tandem with trauma, or be a result of the trauma?
Okay, I'm actually going to pull it up so I can see it. I don't see it. Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay, yes, the question is, can this diagnosis, ADHD co-occurring, exist in tandem with trauma, or can it be a result of trauma?
It could be both. So some of the PTSD symptoms, if you were to Google PTSD symptoms from the diagnostic manuals, it includes problems with concentration. It also includes, having possible reckless behavior that could be perceived as impulsive, right? So attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, right? Hyperactivity could be a result of hyperarousal. It's actually very common that you have kids misdiagnosed with ADHD that really are working through trauma symptoms. Similarly, there are kids that are going to have be diagnosable with ADHD that had it first or have it in addition to. So basically the answer to that is D, all of the above. It could happen before, during, after. You could develop independent of the trauma, but it definitely, you could develop symptoms of it with the trauma or because of the trauma. But I would just caution people to consider that if you're working with a kid who's experienced a trauma and those ADHD type symptoms developed after that, and that it looks like it could be related to the trauma specifically, it's very important that the kid gets trauma treatment and assistance, not just in the school area or through medication, which can help, right? But a lot of times you have kids that are getting medicated, but are not getting the additional supports they need in the school and are not getting trauma treatment that might decrease some of those hyperarousal or intrusive symptoms that might be mimicking ADHD. And like Maria said, and I'm a therapist by trade, like Maria said, a very, very well-rounded, wraparound, holistic approach to working with individuals that have experienced trauma is very important. Therapy is not the end-all be-all, but we do have a lot of kids that are just taking ADHD meds that are not getting treated for trauma, and then the ADHD persists in interfering with their learning and development.
Awesome. So we have another question. It says, can we speak about the cultural competence in the service components furthering that traumatization or traumatize the survivor?
Ray, you want me to take this one too?
Oh, sorry. Yes, you can go ahead. And if I have anything to add, I was trying to find the question.
Yeah, so when this topic comes up, I really like a different term that gets used, which is cultural humility. I think that one of the mistakes that people make, and I refer to this to some extent in the presentation, is that people don't take into consideration what else might be going on with someone, right? And so throughout my years as a clinician and doing roles outside of being a clinician, I've worked with youth and families of all sorts of different cultures and backgrounds. I actually recently had to do a presentation related to this. Culture is a very, very individual thing. When we think of culture, we think more of like collectives, but culture is a very individual thing. You have two kids that are twins, and I've experienced that because I've worked with twins. You have two kids that are twins that are raised in the same neighborhood, go to the same church or synagogue, raised by the same parents, maybe even experience literally the same trauma, and how these things impact them are different. And a lot of times you have very different cultures within the individual. And so with all the things we're talking about, I think the best answer to that question, and in general for you all to take from this presentation, is to consider the individual in front of you and meet them as a human, right? As a human that has unique and individual qualities to them and has had unique experiences that are impacting them in unique ways. And that also includes what culture means to them and what's important to them and how you could utilize the strengths that they already bring to the table as a human, as an individual that's sitting in front of you. That means they haven't given up, but their culture and what it is for them specifically, and not what we think we've read or learned in a training or what we assume because maybe we have some overlapping cultural identity with them. Treating them as an individual and seeing them where they're at is where you could really best help the person walk their path and for you to walk alongside them the way they need you to.
And really asking those questions and working with that individual is what makes you cultural competent, right? And like Ricardo said, it's not just about taking a training and I'm now cultural competent. No, it's really addressing the individual and their unique needs and understanding, asking the right questions, right? So that you can understand what that culture looks like for them. It's so important so that you can also, because sometimes people don't realize how not being culturally competent can be so re-traumatizing for someone. And your opinions and values in regards to certain things can be very triggering for the other person, for the individual that you're trying to assist.
Yeah, and we have two more questions, but I'm just going to take one more because of due to timing. So the last question is, how is the best way to approach a child when you believe a relationship they have is a grooming relationship?
I mean, the reality is that there's, in my experience, for the most situations with most youth, there are grooming relationships in there. It's a very common thing. And I think that when it comes to kind of like earlier, our colleagues, Theresa and Bradel talked about language. I think that when we talk about that part of the presentation really emphasizes on using non-stigmatizing language and being aware of the impacts of that. Then our presentation talked upon how people present to us, we could judge it with stigma, or we could react to it with stigma, and how to not do that through trauma-informed care principles. Similarly, when you're working with youth, they may or may not identify as a survivor or a victim, like Bradel stated earlier. They may or may not identify someone as a trafficker or not, or as an abuser or perpetrator or not. Similarly, they may not identify something as a grooming behavior or not. So with all the above, it's really important to be as objective and black and white as possible to maintain engagement with the youth, so they don't feel like you're judging or stigmatizing them, and so that you have an opportunity for more than just 1 hour. Because if you judge them and they feel that way, or if they feel like they have a certain relationship with the person that's grooming them, and they feel like you're judging that person, even if you suspect that person may be grooming them as an abuser or a trafficker, you might lose that child, right? And what did you really do other than try and impose a judgment upon that situation? And that's literally what we're trying to say today to not do, right? To save the judgments and approach things in the most sensitive, trauma-informed way possible. And so you could retain that engagement and relationship with the individual, and so that they could maybe learn what grooming is. It would be better that they learn what grooming is, and eventually maybe realize that that's a grooming relationship and develop safety skills, and you could help them develop safety skills versus coming at it with judgment and determining as that, and then talking to them about it as that.
Thank you so much. Excellent. So now we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break for session 3. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to pull up the PowerPoint presentation for session 3. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining and for your participation today. Take it away.
All right, well, welcome back, everyone. It is my pleasure now to introduce Session 3, Grace Court, Miami's Dedication to Human Trafficking Justice, with Yinay Ruiz, and she is from Citrus Health Network, and Natalie Freitas from the Florida Guardian Ad Litem office. So the floor is all yours, ladies.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for staying with us. We're the last one of the group, and it's a really tough act to follow after having Bradel and Theresa and Maria Clara and Ricardo presenting. We're going to start with our presentation with 𝐻𝐻𝐻. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is a trauma-informed core that we have created in Miami-Dade County to address human trafficking within the dependency and the delinquency system. So I want to start by talking about how was it that we came up with creating 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Back in 2012, when the Safe Harbor Act was passed, allowing law enforcement in cases in which they believe a child could be a possible victim of human trafficking or a verified human trafficking victim, to deliver the child to the Department of Children and Family to place them in a short-term safe placement and provide them with social services. And that was taking away the criminal aspect of the case, but really providing more social services for the child. So at that time, the Department of Children and Family, as well as the Department of Juvenile Justice, had dedicated human trafficking prevention positions addressing the statewide response to human trafficking. At that time, also the Department of Children and Family had updated their maltreatment codes for calls into the abuse hotline in order to gain better data on the prevalence of human trafficking, creating a sex trafficking and labor trafficking maltreatment. With all the changes that were taking place, the judiciary wanted to become involved. At that time, we had a judge by the name of Mari San Pedro Iglesias, who had taken a great interest in human trafficking. She had noticed at the time that youth in her division that had cases in front of her in her division had experienced human trafficking, and she wanted to learn more about that. During that same time, the CDC agency at the time had also created or was granted a grant, a federal grant, to address human trafficking within the child welfare population. And I was honored to be able to be the one handling that grant and managing the grant. And what the grant did was really identify children that could be potentially human trafficking victim and provide them and connect them with appropriate services, in addition to creating a collaboration in Miami-Dade County to work together with our service providers, law enforcement, to be able to help these children and be able to provide the assistance that they needed. So during that time, Judge San Pedro Iglesias reached out and said, well, how can we become involved and how can we work together, the judiciary work together with the CDC agents, service providers, to be able to address this issue of human trafficking through the judiciary. And that's how 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is initiated. Next slide, please. So in July of 2015, the 11th Judicial Circuit of Florida successfully launched 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Believe it or not, our biggest challenge was coming up with a name. We knew we didn't want the court to be called a human trafficking or anti-human trafficking court. We wanted to take away that stigma. And coming up with a name was one of the hardest tasks that we had at hand. So we came up with 𝐻𝐻𝐻, which stands for Growth, Renew through Acceptance, Change, and Empowerment. So according to the National Trafficking Resource Center, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is the first specialized court in the nation devoted to the needs of children who have been identified as victims of human trafficking or suspected victims of human trafficking or labor trafficking in both dependency cases or delinquency cases. Next slide, please. However, while we did launch the core in July of 2015, it wasn't until April of 2016 that the administrative order was signed, providing 𝐻𝐻𝐻 its own division number. So Division 204 is what we handle our 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cases under. Next slide. The mission of 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is really to serve young victims of human trafficking, as I mentioned before, who enter the core through the dependency system, which is chapter 39, but they don't always have to be children in the foster care system or part of the dependency system. They can also be community clients with delinquency cases. So Grace Core not only does dependency, but also delinquency cases. Next slide, please. This specialized core provides victims with comprehensive services and support in order to recover from a life of abuse that they might have endured and trauma. Grace Core works with trauma-informed service providers to help children in their healing journey. We have partnered with our two main providers in Miami-Dade County. One is Project Gold with Kristi House, and the second one is the Chance Program with Citrus Health Network. In many occasions, the children that receive these services receive the services from both of the providers at the same time. We really provide the services depending on the need of the child. Every child is different, and they may benefit from different type of services. Next slide, please. So early on during the creation of Grace Core, we did acknowledge that we needed to have a team that will help us kind of like navigate the process of creating a specialized core. And so it was important to come up with a steering committee and bring together the team that will help us just stay accountable, fix whatever wasn't working, or enhance other areas. We do have representation from court administration, obviously the judiciary, the judge is part of the committee. We have the Department of Children and Family Legal Services. We have the Department of Children and Family with their investigative portion, the Department of Juvenile Justice, Miami State Attorney's Office Victims Advocate, and their input is always important because they work directly with the victim. We had the CBC agency with Citrus Family Care Network, Miami-Dade Public Schools, are also present and sitting on the table. Citrus Health Network as a provider that offers services to the children. Kristi House, Guardian Ad Litem Office, Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel, and a survivor mentor. So we always ensure that we have a survivor mentor sitting at the table, guiding and letting us know if what we're doing is working or not working, or how can we better enhance the services that we're providing. Next slide, please. When the core was initially created, it was important to develop a team, right? As I said before, that could brainstorm what really worked and what didn't work in the core. Coming together as a team and discussing the issues encountered during the core hearings helped us really evolve. And at this point, we continue to evolve. So we had to tweak many things that we were doing in core. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the dependency core system, but oftentimes at the beginning of a case, for example, a parent has to enter a plea or take the case to trial, right? In our core, very early on, we learned that a lot of the times, if a parent wanted to take a plea, part of the plea may probably include language that had to include what happened to their child. And putting that on the record could be re-traumatizing for the child and even for the parents. So we had to work around those little things to be able to ensure that our core was a trauma-informed core. Oftentimes when you are present in Grace Core, human trafficking is not something that we talk about. We don't mention the word human trafficking or anything that happened to the youth during the time when they were victimized. Those are things that we try not to mention. So those are things that we learn at the beginning of the case, or at the beginning when we first started the core, that we needed to kind of like move out of that and ensure that that we changed the way that the core itself had to function, and legally, how can we do it legally sufficient? Next slide, please. So our core, the one thing that we learned at the beginning is we wanted to make sure, like I said before, it was a trauma-informed core. It was a core that wouldn't re-traumatize the child, that wouldn't make them relive their past experience. So we had to take many steps to ensure that our core was a trauma-informed core. We had to, the entire staff, including starting from the bailiff to the clerk, and to even the judge and other judges in other courtrooms, we ensured that we provided several trainings on different topics, including trauma training. We utilized the services of the service providers that we were working with and their expertise to be able to teach us and help us navigate how to create a trauma-informed courtroom. One of the things that we utilized early on at the beginning was the services of the pause in the court program. And that was a therapy dog that we had in the courtroom that would assist the children when they were in the middle of a court hearing and they probably were experiencing some type of anxiety. So that would help the children a lot with that. We had at the time, we had a beautiful golden retriever assigned to our courtroom named Ginger. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we had to move to virtual court hearings and we no longer have cases in person. So we continue to be virtual and therefore we're not able to utilize the pause in the core program and we had to move away from that. Hopefully one day if we go back to core, we'll able to use it again, but it was very effective and the children really enjoy having the pet with them during the court hearings. The pet was allowed inside the court. Another thing that we learned to do early on was to have a therapist in the courtroom at all times. We still have the therapist that is present during the hearings virtually. When we were in person, we had designated a room that was a room for the child to be able to go in there with either their attorney or with a therapist and be able to kind of de-escalate if they needed it. They were able to sit down with a therapist and just process what's happening in court and making sure that they understood why the judge probably will have to make some decisions. So it was important to do that when we also had usually a survivor mentor, and that would be a room that the survivor mentor will be able to use. Now that we are virtually, we utilize a different, like a breakout room where the child is able to sit, go into that breakout room with a therapist and be able to process whatever is it that they are they're experiencing during the hearing. Next slide, please. So increasing collaboration and communication, right? So one of the things that we learned early on was that, you know, using legal language is not something that is friendly for many of the children that are attending court. Sometimes even it can be confusing for the professionals that are attending court, the parents. So we learned that using language that is simple so the child could understand what's happening in their cases was very important. Ensuring that it was a language that is easy to understand and easy to facilitate the understanding of the message that the court is trying to convey for the child. We also work with local professionals to create a list of evidence-based treatment. Project Gold and the Chance program became instrumental in the understanding of the treatment modality that we were to use for the services provided to the children. Next slide, please. So how do we pick the cases that are going to be part of grade score? And what is the process to do that? We are fortunate enough, we're in Florida, we have many laws that really address human trafficking and help us guide how we treat these cases. So House Bill when House Bill 7141 was passed, it directed the Department of Children and Family to create or adopt a screening instrument to help them assist or better identify human trafficking victims and be able to provide them with appropriate services. The human trafficking screening tool was developed by the Department of Juvenile Justice in conjunction with the Department of Children and Family through a work group consisting of law enforcement, community partners, service providers. The human trafficking screening tool was completed and finalized and became effective on January of 2016 for the usage of child protective investigators and case managers. Next slide, please. Initially, the human trafficking screening tool was fully implemented for the use within the Department of Juvenile Justice, and that started back in 2015. And it was fully implemented for the use of DCF, the child protective investigators and the dependency case managers in 2016, like I mentioned before, with the objective of better identifying and tracking these children that were experiencing trauma from trafficking and informing services, the development of services within the state of Florida. The tool really informs treatment recommendations at an individual level and enhances data collection. This is a shared tool that the Department of Juvenile Justice, the Department of Children and Family, and the CDC agencies utilize as a uniform screening tool to ensure that the youth will not be subjected to multiple screening by multiple agencies. The House Bill 7141 also required that child protective investigators and case managers, I apologize as to that, handling cases of suspected or verified human trafficking victims are certified through the completion of specialized trainings for human trafficking, and that they also receive a training on how to utilize the human trafficking screening tool. Next slide, please. So human trafficking, as you know, may be suspected for a number of reasons. The tool does require, there's 15 indicators that can be present in order for you to utilize the tool. It doesn't have to be the 15 indicators at the same time. It can be one indicator or two indicators, but if the child is displaying any of these indicators, then the screening tool needs to be completed. So some of the indicators is, obviously, if the youth comes forward and says, I'm a victim of human trafficking, so you know that that's one of the main indicators, right? The child is acknowledging, which usually is not one that we see too often. There's usually most of the time, and just like Bradel said during her presentation, as well as Maria Clara, most of the children that we work with, they don't even realize that they've been trafficked. But if the youth comes forward, then that's one of the indicators that we're to utilize to be able to complete the human trafficking tool. Another indicator is if the child has a history of being missing from care. If a child is constantly missing from care, we need to ask the question, where is the child going? Who is the child staying with? Most of the time when we ask the children that we work with, where are you where were you when you were missing from care? They tell you I was with a friend, but they don't elaborate. They don't tell you anything further about that friend. So those are things that we need to look deeply into. Another indicator is if there's a report of human trafficking by a parent, guardian, or law enforcement, or a medical or service provider. If we have one of those professionals or a parent telling us, hey, I have concern that my child may be a human trafficking victim, that should trigger additional questions and also the utilization of the human trafficking screening tool. If we have a child that is 12 years or older and has a history of sexual abuse allegations, doesn't mean that every child that has a sexual abuse past, we're going to complete a screening tool. But if they have a past of sexual abuse and then have another indicator of the ones that we're going through right now, then that should really target that little red flag to be able to conduct the human trafficking screening tool. If the child is exhibiting any history of inappropriate sexual behavior or is known to be running away with another client who we already have suspicion or know that the child may be a victim of human trafficking. So that's a big one that we usually see, and we need to ensure that if we see that we're able to complete that human trafficking screening tool. Next slide, please. If the child is recovered by law enforcement or by their case manager in an area that is with motels or hotels, or an area that is known for high risk activities, that should really give you a red flag to be able to complete the human trafficking screening tool. Or if the child is recovering, has no knowledge of the area where they are located. If the child is afraid to speak. Oftentimes we have seen when there's a trafficker in the case, sometimes the trafficker do tell the child, if you say something, I may come and hurt your siblings or your parents or your grandparents, whatever the situation is. So there may be some fear on the child that the trafficker may do something to those loved ones to them. Another indicator may be that the child doesn't has no personal items in their possession, and that could be for those that are labor trafficking victims. So we do look into the labor trafficking if we see that a child doesn't have any IDs or passport, and they don't know where they're at. So it could be that their trafficker may be withholding those documents from them. Or if the child comes back from running away with items that they cannot afford. Cell phones is a big one. Sometimes we have children that come back from running away and they have 2 or 3 cell phones. We don't know who's paying for those cell phones, or why do they need 2 or 3 cell phones? I have 2 cell phones because one is for work and one personal, but trust me, most of the people only have 1 cell phone. Why do you need several cell phones? Or they have a tablet or expensive items that we don't know how they paid for those items. Or if the child is showing signs of being groomed, like for example, they're coming back and their hair is done, their nails are done. How are they paying for these things? Or they're constantly coming back high. How are they getting the money to buy or pay for the drugs? Or what do they have to do in exchange for those drugs? Next slide, please. The last 3 indicators from the human trafficking screening tool is if we see any tattoos, new tattoos that the child may have. It's always good to ask questions. You know, what does the tattoo mean? If there's a name, what does that name mean? Who is that person? Always ask questions, because that could trigger the completion of the human trafficking screening tool. If we see that the child is associated with older people, their boyfriend, the child is maybe 13 or 14 and their boyfriend or girlfriend is in their 20s or 30s, but that would be something that we're concerned about, right? So that's something that would trigger for us to complete the human trafficking screening tool. Or if we see that the child has inappropriate or sexually suggestive activity in social media. Social media is a big one for us. It's important to supervise the social media of the children that we serve and that we work with, because we'll do it for our own children. So we should do it for the children that we care for as well. A lot of times we see that in social media, they're posting things that are concerning, so that will trigger probably the completion of the human trafficking screening tool. So once the screening tool is completed, and I do have to add that the screening tool can only be completed by someone that has received the training to be able to complete this type of tool. Is done in kind of like in an interview or a conversation type of model. We want to make sure that the child feels comfortable when they're being asked these questions. So once the screening tool is completed, if there's concerns of possible human trafficking, that will trigger a call to the abuse hotline and to create an investigation, right? So once that investigation is created, usually the Department of Children and Family work together with law enforcement to conduct that investigation. And once that investigation is initiated, it triggers the case to go into the multidisciplinary team staffing. Next slide, please. So the next slide, please. The multidisciplinary team staffing, it's for any children, any maltreatment that comes into the abuse hotline with suspicion of human trafficking or verified human trafficking. So once the CPI initiates that investigation and they're working together with law enforcement, then they schedule the multidisciplinary staffing. The multidisciplinary staffing is mandated in Chapter 39 for those children that are part of the dependency system. But it's also done for children in the community. What it helps us do, it helps us develop a case plan for the child. If the child is part of the dependency system, that is added to their case plan. But if the child is a community client, then those are voluntary services that are offered to the child and their family to be able to help them resolve whatever situation they may be having in the home. So it may be family therapy, or it may be housing assistance, but it also may be just services in the community for the child. In cases where we, during the MDT staffing, if we determine that a child is a verified human trafficking victim, then we also look into potential placement in a safe placement in a safe house. Next slide, please. So the MDT for human trafficking victim, like I said before, it's mandated by Chapter 39, and it says that it needs to be conducted for each child who is suspected or verified of commercial sexual exploitation. During that staffing, we develop a placement tool. The placement tool is what tells us if the child will benefit from going into a safe house. Unfortunately, we only currently have safe houses for females. We used to have one safe house for males in our state, and that safe house recently closed down. But we did used to utilize it a lot. We do have a lot of males victims of human trafficking that are in desperate need of services and placement. So unfortunately, we no longer have a safe house in our state for males, but we do have for females. Next slide, please. So when we are completing the human trafficking MDT staffing, during that staffing is when we determine whether or not the child would benefit from being part of Grace Corps. If the child has an open dependency case, and during the staffing, we determine that the child may be a suspected or verified human trafficking victim, at that point, we make the recommendation for the case of the child to be transferred to Grace Corps. If the child is a community client and is not a dependent child, but has a delinquency case, and during the MDT staffing, we determine that there's concerns of possible human trafficking, then at that point, we also make the recommendation and we transfer the case, the delinquency case, to Grace Corps. We currently have Judge Angelica Zayas is the judge presiding over Grace Corps. She handles both dependency and delinquency cases for Grace Corps, and she's able to handle these cases. Next slide, please. So we learn rather quickly, right? We cannot do this process just by ourselves. CBC can't do it by themselves, service provider can't do it by themselves, and the court definitely cannot do it by themselves. So coming together is extremely important. These are our partners, our current partners. We have the child protective investigators. They are the first responders. They're the one who respond once that abuse report is called in. They're the one who does the initial investigation, and the ones that come with all the information to our MDT to be able to help make a better recommendation for the child. We have the Department of Children and Family, and from the Department of Children and Family, we have the Regional Human Trafficking Coordinator, and they coordinate activities between the Office of Child Welfare and the circuit or the region, the community-based care agency, and other programs within the department. They provide technical assistance, they provide guidance and support to your staff and service provider. We also have the criminal justice coordinator. They work together with a community-based care lead agency, with a missing child specialist, and with law enforcement regarding efforts to locate children who may be missing from care, in efforts to locate those children missing from care. They act as a liaison between human trafficking and the task forces. We also have the youth or the family sometimes are part of our MDT staffing, depending if it's appropriate, depending if they can be invited. We have the prosecutors in the human trafficking cases. If there's a legal case that is open, they may be able to participate also in our MDT staffings. We have law enforcement or the task force. They're very active during our MDT staffing. We are fortunate enough to have our Miami State Attorney's Office. They have their own human trafficking unit, and they have a group of investigators, and they have a group of victims advocates that are able to participate in our human trafficking staffing and be able to let us know the progress of their investigation. So they're extremely important during our MDT process. We have our case managers. The case managers are able to provide reports as to the family and their compliance with the services, and the children compliance with their services and how they're doing in their home. So their input is always very important. We have the victims advocates that are trained to support victims of crime. They offer support, they offer victims' right information, helping finding needed resources, assistance with filing any documentation. So they're extremely important for the victim and the youth that we're trying to work with. And we have also the survivor mentor. They serve as mentor to the youth who are suspected or verified human trafficking victims. The survivor mentor provides youth with the guidance and emotional support that they need. They really always should be consulted regarding the program designs and the service deliveries. They have been always a very important voice in our MDT process. We have our service providers. We have specific service provider for human trafficking victims. Like I mentioned before, Project Gold and the Chance program are the two main providers that we partner with in Miami-Dade County. And they sit on the table of our MDT staffing, providing important information regarding the investigation and plan as to how to service the family moving forward. We also have the Guardian Ad Litem office. They represent the best interests of the children, and they're able to provide report as to what is needed and any support that they may be able to provide to the child that we're discussing during the MDT staffing. So these are our team for the MDT. Once we complete that MDT staffing and we're able to transfer the case to Grace Court, that recommendation is made to the court administration and they're able to transfer the case. Once the case is transferred, then we're able to start the process of providing services in a trauma-informed. Now I'm going to pass it on to Natalie Freitas, which is our attorney from the Guardian Ad Litem program, who has been sitting with Grace Court for many years now, and she'll be able to provide a little more details from the Guardian Ad Litem perspective.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Yinay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for hanging on. We're just about done. I'm going to be talking about what you can expect in Grace Court once we've already gone through the process that you just heard about from Yinay. Once a case has been screened in and is now in Grace Court, what happens next? So Yinay mentioned that cases that are transferred into Grace Court after the MDT process, a multidisciplinary team process, are standalone delinquency cases, standalone dependency cases. It's possible that a child has one and not the other. But as I try to illustrate here through this image, it's possible that a child has both. And another case that can be seen in Grace Court is if the child who was trafficked has her own child, and that child is then sheltered by the Department of Children and Families, that creates another dependency case, which is going to be heard also in grace court. So we may have the possibility of a child having three cases, all in grace court, all in front of the same judge. But that doesn't have to be that way. I'm just going to briefly, for those of you familiar, just touch base slightly on what is a delinquency case. Next slide, please. So delinquency, those are the cases in which a child has been charged with committing a delinquent act. Notice I didn't say crime. These are not child criminals. These are not children who have committed crimes, at least according to Chapter 985 of the Florida statute. This chapter is what applies for juveniles who have committed delinquent acts, and it's a rehabilitative process. They have the state who's represented by an attorney from the state attorney's office who prosecutes the case, similar to a criminal case. But again, for juveniles, for minors, this will be a rehabilitative process. And then that child is going to be represented by an attorney if their parents cannot, or just say, can't afford one or qualify for state-funded attorneys, then the state will provide an attorney either through the Office of the Public Defender or through the wheel, the registry, which is basically a pool of attorneys who contract with the JAC, which is the Juvenile Administration of Courts, sorry, Justice Administrative Commission, close. They enter into a contract with the JAC to provide these services for the children. And we're going to see that term again, registry wheel, come up in dependency as well. Other participants that you're going to see in court, in grace court, on these delinquency cases are the Department of Juvenile Justice liaisons, maybe family members, very rarely victims, and then the dependency case managers present if the child is placed in the custody of the Department of Children and Families. And these are the delinquency cases. I'm not going to go much more into that because most of the cases that we work on in grace court are the dependency cases, and I am assigned to the dependency cases in grace court. So next slide, please. Now talk about the parties in dependency. This may look different from other court dependency cases around the country. This is Chapter 39 is what dictates in Florida. And in Florida, the dependency cases are those that have an element of abuse, abandonment, or neglect of the child. So the child is removed, sheltered from their parents, and placed either in the custody of the Department of Children and Families or relative or friends of the families, in order to protect them from the abuse, abandonment, or neglect that is being alleged occurred in their family. That leads to, in terms of why it came into grace court, it could be that the child was trafficked by their parents. And I saw that that was a question in the Q&A earlier, which we, by the way, will be answering questions at the end. But I did want to mention that that is a possibility. And so if a child is being trafficked by his or her parents or their parents, that would be an abuse report that needs to be called in, and those cases would come in to the dependency system and then be transferred into grace court. And we unfortunately have had those cases of a mother trafficking her children in exchange for drugs, of a herself was a woman who was trafficked, and so her daughter was also being trafficked alongside with the mother. So those cases do exist. Coming back to the slide, so we have the Department of Children and Families is one of the parties in the dependency Florida, represented by an attorney from Children's Legal Services. The case management agency, the day-to-day case manager, usually is also grouped into the Department of Children and Families, but the party themselves is the Department of Children and Families. As our judge likes to say, the case management agent sits at the table with the Department of Children and Families, and so we'll hear usually from that group. And then we have the guardian ad litem office, which is who I work for, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on the next slide about our role. We have the parents, they are parties, and they are represented by counsel as well. If they can afford their own counsel and don't qualify for state-funded attorneys, then they are represented by attorneys that are funded by the court. And we have I put the Office of Regional Counsel, but the full name is the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel, and it's the 3rd region of Florida, RC3 for short. We have a lot of acronyms in dependency, and we happen to have earlier I saw the attorney from the Office of Criminal Conflict and Civil Regional Counsel from Grace Court present here today, who is an amazing asset to our collaborative team. And I'll go into that a little bit later as well. And then we have, and if the parent, we have a father or several fathers, and then they will also get attorneys provided by the state. From that, again, the registry of real, and this is now a separate group or pool of attorneys that have contracted with the court system to provide representation for parents. And last, but certainly not least, as our judge likes to say, the most important person in the room is the child. The child will be represented by an attorney at 𝐈DM if the child is a victim of human trafficking. And I'm using that term specifically because that is what is written in the statute. We've been learning earlier about trauma-informed names, but I do want to point out why I was using that term, because it's from statute. Other people who are involved, other participants, are foster parents, relatives, friends, church members, community members, but I left out a group of very important people, and I apologize. These are some other of the MDT partners that Yinay mentioned, the therapists, the life coaches or the peer mentors, the educational advocates. This group who support the children and the child also come to court on our cases. And I saw a question earlier, if it's a therapist specific to Grace Court or the child's therapist, it can be the child's therapist. If we can go back a few slides, it's the child's therapist who is welcome to come to court, because Grace Court is, one more, right there, thank you, is a trauma-informed court. We want to hear about how the child is doing therapeutically as well. And if the child's therapist is not present, we do have a representative from the CHANCE program who was a therapist herself, and she also can sit in when the child wants to speak to the judge, for example, or to help provide in a more therapeutic way an explanation, or assist children who might be having an emotional breakdown or dysregulation in court. Since we are virtual, they go into a breakout room and have that conversation and provide that opportunity for that child to get that emotional support that they need at that moment. Next slide, please. So the Guardian Ad Litem office is who I work for, and I am part of a multidisciplinary team that provides legal advocacy, staffing advocacy for the best interest of children. Lay terms, we represent the best interest of the child. We're advocating in and outside of the court system. And the team is made up of 3 people: an attorney, a child welfare professional from our office, and hopefully a community volunteer. However, on the Grace Court cases, we typically do not assign these to volunteers, and we will have another child welfare professional from our office assigned to the cases due to the complexity and specific challenges that come with supporting these children who have been trafficked. However, we do have a couple amazing volunteers who have years of experience and so are up for the challenge due to their expertise and also their love and concern and willingness to assist children. Trying to think of the term again, not cases, children that we care for. I'm going to be working on what was recommended earlier by Bradel and Theresa. And we have one of those here today. So thank you, Betsy, for joining us. And so our mission is listed here. And to contrast from, next slide, please, the attorney at 𝐈DM. People get confused because that term ad litem appears for both of the situation, both the guardian ad litem and the attorney ad litem. However, we have different roles. Both are necessary in order to represent and support the children who have been trafficked. The attorney ad litem represents the express wishes of the child. Now, I mentioned every child who is a victim of human trafficking will be appointed an attorney ad litem because their designation, and this is why I'm using that term, as a victim of human trafficking qualifies them as a special needs child, and special needs children, there are 5 categories in Florida law, will have an attorney paid for by the state, will have an attorney assigned. And so that's very specific to that child. meant to mention this earlier, the dependency case that comes into grace court may have more than one child. You may have one child who was trafficked, but she has 3 to 4 siblings, or he has 2 siblings. The whole case is going to be heard in front of the court system, in front of Judge Zayas. But only the child who was trafficked will receive that attorney at 𝐈DM, because only that child qualifies for the special needs attorney. Next slide, please. I'm going to be talking to you. Oh, actually, you know what? Go back a slide. Hopefully you have not read that quickly. And I wanted to ask, thank you. Sorry about that. For people to put into the chat, what are some of the challenges that you think come up, or you have either experienced or you anticipate will come up in dependency cases where children have been trafficked? You go ahead just for a minute, put that into the chat. What I'm going to be talking about is the underlying kind of concerns or challenges. I'm sorry, so let me go back to here. Trust, yes, absolutely. Placement, sensitivity. Oh, and Betty, thank you for, I meant to you as well. We do have one of the attorneys that, attorneys at 𝐈DM that is assigned to our courtroom, and we're very lucky to have present as well. So trust and self-esteem, child protecting abuse, trauma bonding, placement, also, yes, children who don't believe they are victims, all of this. And so this all comes about now we can go to the next slide, specific challenges in grace court. So we have, and I apologize, I have learned today that elopement is not the most trauma-informed word, and so this PowerPoint presentation will be changed in the future. But for now, it does say elopement. So pretend that you are reading children who are missing from care. We have children who are missing from care. And why do you think, if you want to put into the chat, why this would be a big challenge or something that we commonly see in grace court? Yes, distrust of others. That kind of goes back to the trauma that we learned about in Ricardo and Maria Clara's presentation. We have, yes, no faith in system, children who are traumatized and then further traumatized, and so they may not feel safe, they may feel triggered because of their trauma and untreated mental health issues in their placements, and so they leave their placements. The earlier history of trauma and abuse as well. In addition, they may be returning, those that do have a trafficker may want to be returning to their trafficker, and so they leave for a few days and then come back, or they leave for the night and then come back. So we do see that a lot. I'm going to go through each of these in the time that we have left. Next slide, please. But all of these are putting in the chat absolutely apply. Can we go back a slide? The one that says elopements. Okay. Okay. Just go ahead, then I'll follow go ahead to the next. So name change orders, I mentioned that earlier, or that is listed on the list. We've had children who have wanted to change their names in order to be protected from their trafficker. And so that is a possibility to ask for a legal name change. We have medical needs. As you can imagine, children who are facing, and this applies more for the commercial sexually exploited children, they may have sexually transmitted infections or sexually transmitted diseases. And so we want to make sure that they are taken to the doctors and checked out. And they have tattoos because they are being branded by their traffickers. Again, this applies in those where there is a trafficker. We've had cases in which children have asked to have those tattoos removed, and Florida law does provide that as part of a medical procedure. And so that would be under 39.407(2)(a). Next slide, please. Something that we want to keep in the back of our minds, not really even in the back of our minds, really, this is underlying the entire case of dependency. So the same way that in other courtrooms we are addressing the danger threats that existed that resulted in the children being removed from their parents. And then we have a case plan where we're providing services both to the child and the parent, and we're working towards a case plan goal and working towards permanency. All that still happens in grace court. They're only dependency cases. However, we want to make sure while all of that is happening, that we are protecting the children from being exploited again, or for those who are at risk of exploitation, from being exploited during their time in foster care. So we ask who's in the courtroom. We want to make sure that there are no traffickers currently in court. That could be in the Zoom court, or that could be in person. We have seen traffickers attend court, and thanks to the amazing staffings that goes on behind the scenes between all of the providers, we were able to know that the gentleman, the elderly, non-threatening looking gentleman who loosely worded gentleman who was in court claiming to be this child's grandfather was not in fact the child's grandfather, but the trafficker. And so we were able to ask that person to leave, or the bailiff asked him to leave. But on Zoom, we make sure that everyone who signs on identifies himself. Who are you? What case are you here for? And what is your connection to the case? In order to make sure that we are not facilitating the access of traffickers to children. Children also recruit other children. And so we want to make sure that we are not putting recruiters in a position where they have access to the other children on the case as well. And so we try to stagger the cases in order to prevent that. Next case, please. Next slide, please. And I forgot to mention on this last slide, but the court has the ability to close a courtroom if they make a special finding. This would be applying only to Florida law. But if there is a finding that is in the best interest and for public welfare, they are able to close what is normally an open proceeding. But generally, I haven't seen it come to that. I have in person, just asked people to leave if they are not present in that case. And in Zoom, we will go into a breakout room to have private conversations and to make sure that the information that's being discussed is not going to be shared with dangerous individuals. Permanency and safety also has to take into account how do we protect these children and support these children from being trafficked, again, from further exploitation, while we are working towards permanency. So we look at where we place a child, and there's going to be a slide with placement considerations that you can take into account, look back to and take into account. We want to make sure that if we're placing children back into relative care or their parents, that those parents have the education about human trafficking or labor trafficking, if that's the case, in order to support the children from when they are placed back into their home. And one main thing that we want to keep in mind, and this is for anybody really, doesn't have to be somebody who is in court, but when you're making a recommendation on one of these types of cases, we want to think about this recommendation that I'm about to make. Is that going to facilitate the child's access to traffickers, to returning to the life, to exploitation, or the child's ability to recruit others? And if that is the case, maybe that's not a recommendation we want to make. We have to weigh that with protecting the children. Next slide, please. I think all right, so some of my, I'm missing some slides, I apologize. So I'm gonna go back, if we could go back to the list of common challenges that are in court. I think that was probably slide number 22. Just briefly, as we wrap up, some of the other issues that come up in grace court, we have the companion cases other than delinquency. Next slide. We have immigration issues that come up. Next slide. That is not just for labor trafficking, but right there, thank you. But also for children who do not have a legal status here, or do not have maybe or are not citizens. They immigration help. So we want to make sure that we are in contact with the immigration attorneys to assist them in getting any of the orders that they need from dependency to assist them in the immigration case. Now, very big, I'm going to touch on three main things before we wrap up. Substance abuse, the need for residential treatment, and Baker Acts. We heard earlier about about the trauma and the extensive trauma that the children who've been trafficked have faced. And that may lead to more Baker Acts because they're connected. If we have children who are missing from care, they are putting themselves in high-risk activities or at risk of being exploited again, ends up being exploited again, now you have additional trauma that has to be treated. And so then they come back into care, but they may not be participating in services because, like we heard from Maria Clara, they are responding out of trauma, not being able to deal with the trauma, and so they're not getting the services that they get. So this is this cycle of like a snowball, not in Florida, but in other places around the country, a snowball effect of continuing trauma. That leads to further Baker Acts because they're a harm to themselves or others. And then that may lead to the child being found to have a severe emotional disturbance and qualifying for intensity of services that can only be provided in a locked residential setting. So I know I am running out of time here, but I did want to mention, as much as we want to protect children from returning to their traffickers or from having the ability and the freedom to be exploited without a third person, we cannot, under current Florida law, put them in a locked placement. And that is very frustrating because we want to help, but that does not respect the rights that the law provides for children. And so we find ourselves not being able to keep children from leaving their approved placements. And people have asked, well, why can't we put them in locked placements? That is why. However, the only locked placement, and I mentioned this very briefly, the only locked placement that is available is for the purposes of treating severe emotional disturbance. And our children, based on the nature of the exploitation and continued exploitation and trauma, often need that intensity of services, that intensity of protection because of their fight or flight. They're not getting the services elsewhere. And if they go through the process, and this is through 39.407 subsection 6, lays out several requirements that have to be met, including an evidentiary hearing and a finding by a court in order for a child to be placed in a locked setting. But we do see those cases a lot in our courtroom. And another common issue that we see is substance abuse. You can put in the chat as we wrap up, why do you think children who have been trafficked have substance abuse issues? And I'll think about that. And the way to address that would be through Marchman petitions. And so Chapter 39 does not address providing involuntary services to children for substance abuse, but the Marchman Act, which is, I believe, my memory serves me right, 387 or 387. If you're interested in that, just reach out to me in my emails in the back and at the end, and I will get that to you. So yes, to deal with the issues, coping mechanisms, to be numb, the trafficker gave them drugs. For all of those reasons, our children have more substance abuse issues than we see in other dependency cases. And the way that we treat that, if they are not willing to engage in those services, is to go through the Marchman Act in order to provide them involuntary of substance abuse. That's a little bit of what you can expect in Grace Court, of what we find in Grace Court. And if you have any further questions, we're going to take some questions now, but anything that we don't have the time to answer or that comes up later on, feel free to reach out to me and I'm happy to answer your emails and questions. Thank you. So we can take questions now.
Thank you so much, Yinay and Natalie. That was a lot of great information. Even me personally, I didn't know so much about Grace Court, so now I know a lot more. Thank you. We do have quite a few questions. With time permitting, let me pull some of those up. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so one of the questions was, so does it mean that Grace Court only sees cases that involve dependency or delinquency? Meaning that, say, a child living with and being trafficked by a parent wouldn't qualify for services?
The Grace Court only... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I can answer that. Usually, if there's information that a parent is trafficking a child, obviously, that's something that should be reported to the abuse hotline, including law enforcement. once it's reported to the abuse hotline, that case will end up in the dependency system. We usually do not leave children with unsafe parents who are abusing them or neglecting them, and more so trafficking. So as we mentioned before, human trafficking is actually a maltreatment, and cases do enter the dependency system and do create investigations because of human trafficking, especially if the parent is the trafficker. So yes, we've had cases, unfortunately, in our court where the parent has been the trafficker. And in those cases, we usually do not look at reunification as a end goal of the case.
Thank you. Yes, that makes sense. Thank you for sharing that. The next question that we have is Grace Court something that all states in the nation are trying to do? And is there a Grace Court in different counties?
There has been interest in other states. We actually have met with, I know Washington, D.C. has a course called 𝐉𝐫𝐾, and they met with us when they learned about Grace Court, and they got the idea and they launched their court and still functioning. We recently met with New Orleans, and they're interested in creating a Grace Court, so they're in the process of doing so. We have another one in Broward County, and it's called Rice Court. So there has been interest in different areas. We have had several meetings with different states. Unfortunately, we don't always get information as to who finally developed the court, but we do know that we've had a lot of interest in other states, in other areas, in developing a model like this one.
That's good to hear that more states want to develop and implement this. Hopefully one day every state will have it. And the other, let's see, we have more questions. How are children in dependency court or the foster care system screened and or identified for Grace Court?
Usually we look into, well, I work for the CBC agency in Miami-Dade County. Whenever there's any concerns from a case manager, a therapist, or anyone, even in the placement department, foster parent who may have concern as to the activity that the child may have, they usually contact me. We complete the human trafficking screening tool, refer the case to DCF for a full investigation with law enforcement, and we bring the case through the MDT process. And ultimately, if we find that there's actually concerns of possible human trafficking, or we're able to verify the human trafficking concerns, then the case comes into Grace Court.
Okay, I think we have time for a few more questions. There were quite a few this session. Let's see here. Is the Child Advocacy Center MDT part of the Grace Court process?
No, so our process usually goes through the DCF MDT, and that's how we select the cases.
Okay, so they're pretty much separate in that sense, right?
Yes,
that's what I'm hearing. Are. Okay, great. Regarding parental trafficking of children, it's sensitive when making the first call to DCF for a possible abuse cause. It tips off the perpetrators, or it may tip off the perpetrators, who then might abscond with the child, Please, can you speak about the stage of an investigation and the protocols of getting help from Kristi House? I guess working in tandem with Kristi House.
So usually unfortunately, we've had cases in that regard. We do partner with law enforcement in the federal or local level, depending on the need. If we feel that the trafficker or the parent may have absconded with the child to another state, then we do involve federal to be able to assist us with locating the family. We partner with our service provider, with anyone who is able to assist and be able to make contact with the child and be able to help us bring the child into care in a safety manner. I'm not sure if that's able to answer the question. Or Natalie, if you have anything to add.
I think you covered that. I think that there should be an abuse report made, even if concern for the perpetrator absconding with the child. Because like you mentioned, since we do work with law enforcement, they will be sensitive to how to investigate and how to prevent absconsion, or the parent or trafficker absconding, but it still needs to be investigated. So I would still recommend calling in the abuse hotline.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Yinay. Let me see here. I believe there was a portion where you were talking about some screening tools, and there was a question that came in asking whether this screening is this screening tool to where anyone can use it, and if so, where can it be found?
For the screening tools, it's a training is needed. The Department of Children and Family and the CBC agency, they do provide specialized training for the tool. We even asked our case managers and child protective investigators who may not have received training to utilize the tool to refer to someone that actually has the training to be able to complete the tool. So it really has to be completed by someone that is fully trained on being able to complete the tool. So far that I'm aware of, the Department of Juvenile Justice, the CBC agency, and DCF are the ones utilizing this tool. Usually the way it works, if there's any concerns from any other providers, they refer the case to the abuse hotline. And once it's referred to the abuse hotline, then a CPI, child protective investigator that is trained on utilizing the tool will be able to complete the tool on the child.
Great. Yes, that answers that. Thank you so much. Because of time, we will be moving on with our time together today. But thank you so much again, Natalie and Yinay, for this very informative presentation and for your time and your energy.
Thank you for having us.
Let's go on to the next slide, please. And I believe, Jackie, I think this is you.
Yes, it is. Thank you, everyone. To learn more about the anti-human trafficking movement, we recommend the following resources: the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, missingkids.org, obtaining post-conviction relief for survivors of human trafficking at americanbar.org, and National Human Trafficking Resource Center hotline at 1-888-373-7888, humantraffickinghotline.org, and in the Pluralist Project text, be free to 23373 at pluralistproject.org. Next slide, please. And the cyber tip hotline, where you can report all your and any digital abuse, sexual solicitations, bullying, and harassment that occurs online. That again is report.cybertip.org. We also want to thank the following are organizations in Miami that support youth and adults that have experienced sex trafficking: Kristi House, Project Gold, Survivors Pathway, Grant Slayers Communication. There you can ask for Nathan Earl. The Glory House, Sisters Change Project. And the numbers are also provided, which you'll receive. Thank you. Next slide.
Thank you, Jackie.
And just to remind you that the Survivor Pathway supports the Pride and Latino community who have lived and experienced trafficking. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, so we do have our Kristi House locations. We have our main location close to Jackson. If you're familiar with Miami, it's a little house. It's on 12th Avenue. We also have our Miami Gardens location, which is on 183rd. We have our Palmetto Bay location, which is in Southwest 158th Street. We do have our Homestead location as well. And then if you need to contact Project Gold, we share the number with you, which is 305-547-6550. And these are a little information we want to get involved. How can you get involved with Project Gold? You can volunteer with us by taking action. You can email us at volunteer@christyhouse.org for you to become a volunteer. You can also be placed on the wish list to directly support Project Gold by shopping for specific items for the members if they have requests. You can also donate in Facebook through a fundraiser, celebrating your birthday or any event with us while supporting Kristi House Project Gold and their children as we serve them. So you can do a fundraiser on Facebook. That is welcome. Get involved. Again, you can do it through volunteering. Additionally, host a drive. Help us with our emergency pantry. We have a full pantry here at Kristi House. It's all year round, and our families and children greatly appreciate it. And it is being used. Trust me, it is being used. Donate directly to Kristi House is an independent private support to ensure that our services remain available free. We are heavily grant funded, and we also accept donations directly that definitely help our work. In addition to that, you can follow us on all of our socials, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. We want to hear from you. Like our posts, like our comments, and this is a good way for you to stay connected with us here at Kristi House and all of our socials. And you can visit our website, christyhouse.org/trafficking. What do you think? And I think this is depth time.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Yes, I have dropped the link to the post survey in the chat. And, please, again, if you would complete the survey, we really appreciate it. It supports us to understand where we need to improve what we're doing, and also it provides important information that we can offer to our grantors. Once you complete that post survey, you're going to automatically receive an email, and in that email you will receive the PowerPoint deck that we use today, and you will also receive a generic certificate of participation that you can print out and you can fill in your name. In the event that you did not get the link in the chat, you will receive the link via Zoom in an email saying, hey, thank you so much for coming today, and please complete the survey. On behalf of Kristi House, on behalf of Project Gold, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much to all of the panelists who participated today. And thank all of you for being with us since 10 o'clock this morning to Kristi House's third annual Human Trafficking Symposium, Fortifying Foundations in the Field of Human Trafficking. I think that I know that all of these panelists were excellent and provided a wealth of information. So I have some learning to do on my own, very sure. Thank you, everyone. Be well, stay safe, and have a happy weekend. Bye-bye. Bye, ladies. Thanks, Jackie. All right. Thank you, MC.